It's just gone 9 o'clock. So welcome back to the hearing for Plan Change 23 Whisper Creek. I think, is anyone here who wasn't here yesterday?
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday.
Right. We'll just quickly go through some matters of process for the people who weren't here yesterday. We've heard from the applicant and the applicant's witnesses. So today we're hearing from the submitters. The way the process works is that the submitter has opportunity to speak to their submission. It's probably easiest if they come and take a seat at the table at the front here, so they can be heard by everybody. The submission points should be limited to points that they've raised in their original submissions, so it's not allowed to bring in new matters that weren't raised in the original submission, but I think most people's submissions were quite broad-reaching in any case, so there's a lot of latitude there. In terms of questioning, the questions will come through me. There's no cross-examination process involved in these types of hearings, so you won't be questioned by the applicant or any other people. But if anybody does seek clarification of any point that anybody's raised, they're welcome to do so through me. Just in terms of housekeeping, toilets are out the back door across the other side of the second floor landing. The fire exits are behind me and at the back door down the stairs out to the car park. Don't exit through the side door there, it goes into a basketball court. It's not the exit. So other than that, and if there's any other procedural matters that anyone wishes to raise this morning, we're ready to start. Okay. So our first witness today, our first submitter today is Mr. Alkington.
Thanks, mate. Yep.
Okay. Do you have any material to circulate?
No, I don't. No, I just made a residential submission from our property. I'm a landowner, or a resident in Spencerville, have been for 20 years.
Yeah, so you're in Riverside Lane.
Next to the Styx River, that's right.
That's on the Riverside, near the fire station, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, cool. I won't go through all the points of my submission. I'm just going to call some specific points out that I think are dear to me. Background, I've been a resident in the area for 20 years, so we've lived through great times. We love the place. We've also lived through the earthquake, so we know what it's like being at the end of a line, if you like, so to speak, at the end of a river. Right. So my submission today, the points I want to talk about, firstly, is my environmental concerns. Being a resident in the area for 20 years, I've seen the Styx River change dramatically, I'm going to say, over the last 10 years, and not for the better. When we first moved into the area, we used to fish in that river, we used to swim in that river. These days, it is nothing more than a muddy soup that flows down there. I have not been able to see the bottom of that river in a number of years. The outflow that we see coming into that river has deposited silt in it. You see sandbanks in there now. We have never seen that we never used to see that 20 years ago. Since there's been subdivisions built upstream, there's far more sediment being deposited into that river, and it's absolutely shocking mess now. If you go into the river, you will actually disappear into about 6 feet worth of silt that sits in the bottom of it. It's not a problem about dredging it. That would be one way to potentially solve it in the short term. What's causing the systemic issue here is more sediment flowing into this river. And the Styx River comes from the Kapotoni stream, which is its source. It now has a lot more sources, and unfortunately those sources are the subdivisions upstream. In the earthquakes, we actually saw the riverbed rise up in the river, which actually caused an island. That has obviously increased the issues with the river, but purely what's causing our problems today and heightening our flood risk in the area is the fact that there's far more sediment going into that river and is silting it up. You can dredge it, as I said, but that's a short-term issue and it just creates more of a cost for people. The more subdivisions that go in, and specifically in this case, another 800 properties, when we get big rain events, where does that water go to? It goes into a retention pond and it eventually flows into the Styx River. And it will flow into the Styx River. The guys that get impacted here isn't the subdivisions upstream, it is us, because we are at the end of the chain. Heightens the flood risk for us, it increases the insurance risk for all of us as well. Increases the risk of damage to our property, it's going to have an impact on our area. in a detrimental way. That's the first piece I want to talk about today. Second one is we chose to live in Spencerville because the assets are around there. We love using the beach. My family use that beach every day. We use the forest, which I think is one of the jewels and the crowns of Christchurch. We use that every day. We're surrounded by farmlands, and we chose to live in that area because we like the ambience of what's there. We like the community. We have a massive involvement in the community in that area. My family has over the years, from getting the fire station moved to bringing the play centre down. I see that with the zoning and the, potential for 800 sections to go in, we're going to lose that rural community feel that we moved there for. And I know there's a lot of people who live in Spencerville who went there for the same reasons. Third point I want to talk about today is my view on the land. I've lived in Christchurch all my life. I have been overseas for many years, but I've come back because I love this place. I remember as a kid going and working on orchards and berry farms, picking stuff over the summers, as I'm sure many of you probably have, and you knew where all the fertile land, where all that was grown in Christchurch. I do not think this land is suitable for subdivision. We've seen what happened after the earthquakes around the local areas, the land that actually dropped, the impacts we saw with lateral spread in places, the liquefaction that came up. Much of the land around the area has been marked as TC3 or TC2. I'm not sure what the zoning for this particular land is, but I guess the point I want to convey here is I believe this land is actually better used for agricultural type activities. I have views on what's been done in Preston because I feel that was actually a lot more fertile land that would have been better used feeding our community than putting houses on it. I do have a concern about the rezoning of the land for the existing homeowners that live in that area that is being rezoned. I imagine there's a rates implication for those guys, but I'm no expert on that, so I wouldn't like to call it out. That's just my own personal view. The services and infrastructure. I would like to see and have a very clear plan on what's happening with that. At the moment, we have issues in our area. We can actually smell sewer at times, and it's quite frequent, especially when we've had rain events in the area. Which draws me back to my first point. We live at the end of the line of this river. This river used to be an asset for our community and for all of Christchurch. I see it now as being a liability for us. Every time we have a massive rain event, we're crossing our fingers to ensure that A, we don't have a detrimental impact from a flooding, so a material point of view, or we have an impact as a result of raw sewage flowing into our community, which we have seen on more than one occasion.
Actually flowing.
Yep, we've seen it come out of sumps.
Yeah.
I think it happened in 2022. We had 2 massive rain events that year. I think it was back then. We have over the years as well, we see the river flood out on the west side into the farmland, which is fine, and that's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. But we're seeing that more and more over the winter, where it's actually becoming a pooled area for an extended period of time. Not just when you have rain events, it's almost becoming more of a marshland, which I guess it typically was a long time ago. So as I say, there's a real risk here, I feel, for us as local residents. If the area does flood, I can tell you the people upstream, it's not going to be their problem. It's going to be us where the issues of the development going on upstream without the, infrastructure to ensure that any rain or water events are properly flowed to the sea, as opposed to creating impact for those downstream. Cool. I think that covers points I want to cover off this morning.
Thank you very much. You weren't here yesterday. Have you had an opportunity to look at the evidence that was submitted by any of the experts for the applicant?
Not at all. Not at all. No, apologies for that. I don't.
Yeah. A lot of the issues that you've talked about today were discussed yesterday in some reasonable detail. I do hear what you're saying.
My biggest concern, and I've seen this before, is we live at the end of the line.
Yep.
You know, if there's a flooding event that happens, it's us that's going to be impacted. You know, and it's not going to be, and the people upstream, they're not going to be concerned because it doesn't affect their property.
Yeah. So you would have the same concern with any development feeding into the Styx catchment?
I do, and I've seen the implications of that over the years. The degrading of the river has been astronomical.
In this case, the site is zoned for golf course and the resort development, so it's already zoned for residential use and other development type uses, which will have an impact on flooding.
That's right, but the residential zoning for it wasn't up to 800 sections.
No.
The original submission that was put in for the Whispers Creek Golf Course was a lot less density than that, and they were bigger size sections, and I believe it actually talked about septic tanks on them.
May have, probably didn't for 150 houses, but yeah.
I think the first submission was done, 20 years ago?
2010. Yeah.
No, it was done well before then.
Oh, the plan change was 2010.
Okay, but the original Whisper Creek submission or development was proposed around about 2000, if not earlier than that.
Okay.
As a resident, all we can do is voice our concerns. The trouble is we're going to have to be the ones who will, if there is a consequence that comes out of this, we're the ones who are going to have to live with it. And that'll impact our community, our lives. If there's insurance implications, which there could well be, it'll increase our flooding risk. We are the ones that wear that cost.
Yeah.
We'll get no redress from the government if they've said they won't be looking to buy properties out in the future. If there's an event like what we saw with the Canterbury earthquakes, that ain't going to happen again.
So your site in Spencerville, you're quite close to the river where you are.
So we had, in Riverside Lane, we had 6 of the 10 most damaged properties in Canterbury.
Yeah. So
Some of my neighbours, we could walk through their house from one side to the other because the cracks are about 3 feet wide.
Yep. So where you are now, are you prone to flooding at the moment? Or is that, are you in a flood?
Our house has never been flooded in Spencerville.
Yeah.
Whether that's luck or good management, I don't know.
Do you know whether you're in a flood management area?
Spencerville, all of Spencerville, I believe, has been marked, zoned as flood prone area.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think it's quite clear, Mr. Alfred. Thank you very much.
Cool. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yep. Next submitter is Jan Burney. Yep. Just like to bear with me a minute. I'll have to scroll down and bring your submission up on my list. Okay, you're in Beacon Street.
Yes,
At Rocklands.
Jan Burney, and we're in Beacon Street. That's basically sort of in the middle.
The cluster of houses in the middle, which is left.
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
sort of.
Yeah.
I know.
I know where you are.
It's where the subdivisions were built,
Yes.
all around us.
Yep.
And at sort of that end, not quite down at the lagoon end,
I understand
but
where
we're
you are.
against
Yeah.
the lagoon,
Yes.
but not on the riverside, on the Styx River.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might start at the sort of the end. I did watch the hearing yesterday online and have read the reports, etc. So I did see the responses. So in response to that, I think I'll just sort of start at the end. And one of the questions I'm watching the experts. A question I ask is whether the PC3 genuinely protects downstream catchment, or are they passing the risk downriver? And the risk and the loss, actually, down the river. The wetlands ponds mitigation hold back the water and stormwater, but they do not take the total volume. And that creates a cumulative effect downstream. The engineers' models are not taking into account the physics of the river, which is the gentleman talked about the heave of the river, etc. yeah, for the physics of the river or the lower catchment. So the engineers, PC3s are only planning to the boundary or directly adjacent, and they're not taking a holistic approach, and that shows, and which is a flaw, is that the modelling hasn't been done. And so that's a fatal flaw in my opinion, and so if you're not going to do...
Which form of modelling do you think?
I think it was the flood modelling, was it? They did the river,
Yes.
but I don't think they've done the flood, the calculations with the high hazard, etc. like that.
Okay. Yep.
So how can you plan a subdivision? You do have responsibilities, the council and the developer. You can put your wetlands on your land, but you're still, the water, the stormwater is yours, and it has to be discharged safely. The lay submitters, as the gentleman talked before, are experts. We talked about having no experts, or we didn't get a advocate either. So, and that's we know the reality of living in that area, and the consequences and the risk which is passed down to us or negligently ignored, as I believe they are doing without doing the modelling, etc., and also only thinking of the boundary and not the catchment that they're discharging that water into. It's their water, it's not ours. And I'll go through my submission in a brief. So the summary of my position is straightforward. I expressly oppose plan change on the grounds of proposal violates Christchurch City District Plan Policy 5.2.2.1, and that's the transferring of natural hazard risks, which strictly prohibits the transfer of the natural hazard risk to downstream properties. The hearing is being asked to approve an out-of-sequence subdivision where the environmental effects on the lower catchment are explicitly not fully understood. Relying on future non-notified consenting stages to fix a deficient flood model today would be an administrative abuse process, and the plan change must be declined. PC3 cannot lawfully or safely be approved because the essential natural hazard modelling has not been completed, and the applicant proposes to defer this to the consenting stage. This approach is not consistent with the Resource Management Act, the District Plan, Christchurch District Plan, the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, or established case law. The information deficit is not minor. It goes to the core of whether the land is safe to rezone. And I've just run through the legal framework. There was the RMA section 6H, natural hazards. It's a matter of natural importance. The RMA section 3, the cumulative effects, that deals with that. RMA section 31, district functions must avoid or mitigate natural hazards. That can't be achieved without complete modelling. The cumulative effects and loss of flood storage must be assessed now, not later, not when you feel that you've already done it and it's too late. That's happened before. The RMA section 32, we require adequate information, and it should be supported by sufficient information to understand the effects. PC 23 does not meet this. The Christchurch District Plan, as I said before, policy 5.2.2.14. Avoid and transfer the natural hazard risk to other properties. It's a strict directive. It does not say mitigate, minimise or manage. It says avoid. PC3 cannot comply because the proposal requires extensive fill, displaces groundwater sideways, reduces floodwater, increases downstream flood levels, and none of this has been modelled.
What was the reference in to the avoid policy that you just talked about?
That was 5.2.2.14 of the district plan. I think I put a link.
52214.
Yep, I think I put a link to it at the bottom in the reference. And that's just in the district plan. Without the modelling, the panel cannot be, without the modelling, I believe the panel cannot be satisfied that the hazard risk has not been transferred. We have the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, which requires natural hazard risk to be avoided, not transferred. Greenfield development to occur where a hazard risk is low or can be demonstrated to be reduced. Hazard assessment to occur at the plan, at this stage, not at the consent stage. That's the policy statement, and I've listed the relevant case law.
Do you have a different thing that you're reading from what?
I'm on page 4.
You talk about references.
In my statement,
No. Oh, sorry.
in my,
I've been reading from your submission itself and just wondering where these
the
references
submissions,
come from.
I explicitly stated I would expand on those at the oral submission.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't realise it had been placed beside me. I
That's
thought
all right.
you were
Sorry.
referencing something else. I was wondering where it came from.
Yeah. Oh, they're all listed there, and I do have,
Yes, no, that makes far more sense to me now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
and I'm on page 4.
Mhm.
And it's point 6, which is the relevant case law. Long Bay Great Park Society versus North Shore. That explicitly stated that the plan changes must be supported by adequate information. Essentially, effects cannot be deferred, which is to the consent stage. The other case law, Colonial Vineyard versus Marlborough DC, Section 32 requires a robust evaluation before rules adopted. Clearwater Resort Limited versus Christchurch City Council, plan change must be based on sufficient information to understand the effects. Rational Transport Society versus NZTA, foreseeable effects must be assessed at the plan stage. Discount Brands versus Westfield, New Zealand. Supreme Court held that the council cannot proceed with information deficits where the missing information is central to the decision. The SAD versus Canterbury Regional Council emphasised the need for rigorous natural hazard modelling in Canterbury. The hazard risk must be understood before the zoning of land for intensification. I'll just add a wee note in there, the SMP that was done, the Stormwater Management Plan is 2012 to 25. They updated it in, I have a draft in 2023. That SMP was done on the post-quake earthquake LUDARs, and it's not up to date. It's not relevant. And also within the SMP, my other bit of paper had it, I'll give you the number. It might be about 59. Page 59 of the Styx Puhara Kekanui Stormwater Management Plan states that the Lower Styx River at the Harbour Bridge, that's right at the end where the tide gates are, there will not be an increase in volume, and this is in the Canterbury Regional Council Global Stormwater Management Plan, which in conjunction with Christchurch City Council, and they determine they administer. So,
Are you referring to the City Council's global stormwater consent
Yes,
to discharge into the river?
yeah, with ECAN.
Yeah.
And I went to the hearing there, and a restriction of 100 millimetres was imposed in Brooklands by the floodgates at Harbour Road. That's in the SMP. So any further water coming down from the subdivision will have to meet that condition.
So that's a condition which is
It
on
was.
the council
Yeah,
consent.
that went to the Environment
Yeah.
Court, and that was
So-
the condition. Yeah.
If this proposal were to proceed, they will have to comply with those conditions. They won't be able to
correct.
exceed those.
Yeah. I heard on the submissions there, we're updating SMP or something, and they mentioned the SMP. Well, you stick by it, and that's all part of the planning for the applicant as well. That those things are taken into consideration and not bypassed. I've been to a few, and I was a Styx working party in 2017, where on the panel there with the council and ECAN, etc. And all these things were talked about then, and that these people talk about, and nothing happens. So we can't rely on the consenting process to manage it, because they don't do it. They say they do it and they don't. Natural hazard risks, I'm in 7 now. PC 23, flooding. The site of low-lying adjacent to the Styx River. Proposal requires significant fill, which reduces flood store result as the overland flow paths, increases the downstream flood levels. None of this has been modelled. 7.2, groundwater displacement. The fill displaces groundwater laterally, increasing groundwater mounding, seepage to neighbouring properties, pressure on foundations and liquefaction risk. This came up in an engineering meeting I had after the quakes with regards to stormwater ponds, with the seepage, and that was also one with the Preston's development with regards to the pond and neighbouring properties. That came up there then. 7.3, downstream effects. Downstream effects are foreseeable. You can't ignore them. You can't say they don't exist and we'll fix it if something happens. We are not we're at the bottom of the river, but we're not at the bottom of the cliff. The downstream effects are foreseeable and are material. The joint witness statements confirm they have not been assessed. I watched read the joint witness statements as well, and they confirm that. District plan requires, I'm on number 7.4, requires avoidance of development that increases hazard risk. This is increasing a hazard risk.
Do you have a reference for that?
Sorry?
Do you have a reference for that?
Avoidance, I guess that's my way of 5.2 point be in the hazards. I'm sorry, I don't.
Is there a specific hazard policy within an avoidance policy and worded like that?
I understood it to be. Yeah. I guess I haven't read it fully lately, except to go and find that 5.2 point.
No, I can find it myself, but if that's where you think
it'll be, there is the natural hazards in the chapter 5, and it's quite extensive there. 7.5, I'll go into the Brooklands there, because I live in Brooklands and we are at the bottom of the cliff, we are at the bottom of the end. I took the Christchurch City Council to the Land Valuation Tribunal to get an understanding of the baseline, because the Christchurch City Council within their modelling reports, etc., make an assumption that we're not here. SMP makes an assumption we're not here. Therefore, they can increase the flood risk. So they smooth out and make some assumptions that are not true. So I took the council to court with the Land Valuation Tribunal, and part of that was to get a baseline for the valuation. And that baseline came out that the decision was that the Brooklands remains residential, and that includes the private properties that are still there, and that includes the council's land as well. So it hasn't been rezoned legally through any rezoning process or RMA process. It remains residential, and it was never changed. We remain all our rights. The council, of course, have lost their existing rights because they've taken their houses off and cut the services. So, but they're still residential, according to the decision. And that's they have made a designation, not publicly, but they are designating it or managing it as parks. So it's being managed as open space, their landers. But they were doing that to us as well and discounting our rights as a residential. It has cumulative effects with the way they model flooding, money put into the long-term plan, valuations, just whatever, doing the roads.
So
They
the
help.
balance of the land that was red zoned, does that belong to the council or the Crown?
The Crown transferred under the Global Settlement Agreement to the Crown, but the Crown still hold an interest in it, because if any land is sold by the council, the Crown get 50% profit. So they have an interest in the land still. The tribunal, we're in the specific purpose zone as well, which kind of a hold zone, but it's also a regeneration area. So it's not a wasteland. It's not an area that you can just go and throw some water down and not worry about anything. And residential in character, and that the decision held that the council was interpreting the district plan incorrectly. And that's big. And this happens quite a bit with these things where we're not looking, they cherry pick out of the district plan and push it to the limit of their of what they can do. Because the zoning has not been lawfully changed from residential to open space, PC 23 cannot treat the specific purpose flatland recovery zone Brooklands as non-hazard vulnerable, nor can it rely on the land being available for inundation, conveyance or sacrificial flooding. Under the RMA, the council must assess the actual and potential effects of PC3, and that includes the downstream, on all residentially enabled land, including its own, and must not increase flood hazard or back flooding risk or downstream vulnerability in Brooklands without robust, updated hydrological modelling. No such modelling has been provided. 7.6, the proposal, I'll talk about the riparian edges. The proposal to naturalise the riparian edges as a proxy for a stop bank or as an extension of the river corridor is not a lawful substitute for hazard mitigation, and effectively expands the river into residentially zoned land without proper evaluation under section 6H and section 32.
So in relation to that, are you talking about the applicant's proposals to naturalise the riverbank on the other side of the river? So how is that extending into the residential zone land on the eastern side?
What they're doing, they're planting currently down Brooklands.
That's the council though, not the applicant.
No, but they haven't done the modelling. So if they are the riparian edges, it doesn't matter. They talked about planting and doing some extensive works and even going further down the river and as flood mitigation. It's not flood mitigation. I'm not against the riparian planting. It's not my land. It's actually, ECAN and DOC manage the bed of the river. The water owns itself, but the council and ECAN manage the stormwater and how the council expel it to the river, discharge it, how it's being discharged, and monitor that. So that's the flow path there. So
I just want to be clear that your concern relates to something the applicant's doing or some other things that the council is already doing on the river, which might have...
No, they were talking about riparian planting, and the applicant talked about that yesterday, the ecological side of it. But from the way I'm looking at it, is that they're using the ecology as a proxy instead of doing flood mitigation, and or using that as a buffer zone and taking that in their modelling. And they do.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, that's the gist of that, is that it's not a proxy. It's not a proxy for a stop bank or cannot be smooth. It cannot be used as an assumption. The riparian edge is not part of the river. That floods too. Alright, so 7.7 faces scrutiny. PC23 faces scrutiny because the upstream modelling may underestimate the downstream flood risks for Brooklands, where the tide gates are locked and the sea level rise may create a bottleneck. We've seen that happen. Strict joint probability rules require modelling in a 1 in 100 year rain event coinciding with peak tides, with peer reviewers predicating the gate failure within 50 years and requiring high floor levels of 4.10 to manage rising groundwater and flood risks. 7.8, the applicant submitted their stormwater plans are safe. They're relying on outdated mapping and deferring real calculations to a later date. That's not safe for us at the downstream or the communities. Consequently, the flood models must explicitly show the flooding on that land, forcing the PC3 applicant to prove their upstream changes won't worsen the hazard on an already vulnerable resident footprint. It'll come to the stage on the consenting where we're defending our position instead of them doing the job, the applicant doing the job prior to the development. In absence of adequate information as required by Schedule 1, PC3 cannot rely on outdated assumptions or treat Brooklands as an extension of the stormwater system.
In what way do you consider the information to be outdated?
The modelling.
Yeah. Because of the date that the last modelling was done, or because?
And some of the assumptions, yeah, I'm frightened. I'm scared that they will use the subdivision and calculate that in the model as well, which hasn't been done, or start the consenting process and using outdated modelling when they're consenting it and give an exemption so that they don't have to go to the new levels that the flood modelling, the new flood modelling might require. And it might also tip the balance of whether this is a safe subdivision or not, quite honestly. Analysis of the joint witness statements confirmed. So I've had a look at the joint witness statements. No updated flood modelling has been completed. No downstream effect assessment has been completed. No groundwater assessment has been completed. So I'm not sure about that. No compulsory storage assessment. No, I'm sorry. No compensatory storage assessment has been completed. The experts propose to defer essential analysis to future consenting. And the modelling is outdated. Flood levels will change once the updated modelling is completed. This is not adequate information for a plan change. The analysis of Mr. Cleese's rebuttal misinterprets the joint witness statement as providing certainty, relies on future consenting to resolve hazards, provides no hazard analysis, misapplies the I can't remember what that one was actually. Ignores policy 5.2.14, ignores downstream effects, ignores groundwater displacement, provides no Section 32 justification, accepts extreme fill without assessing the consequences, admits the Lower Styx Road link is unviable. The rebuttal does not resolve the information deficit. Why the modelling is not lawful. Deferring essential hazards assessment to the consenting stage is not lawful because Section 32 requires adequate information at plan stage. Case law prohibits deferring essential analysis. Natural hazard risk must be assessed before zoning. Flooding is foreseeable. Downstream effects are foreseeable. Groundwater displacement is foreseeable. 10.1, Anne Carter and ECAN Regional Council, expert planner and the ECAN. Paragraph 85 confirms that the applicant has not provided an appropriate flood model that addresses downstream effects from their fill. 10.2, ECAN Regional Council at paragraph 83.5 confirms they cannot verify compliance with freshwater rules because the applicant hasn't modelled how their infrastructure behaves during high groundwater and sea level rise. At paragraph 4, Environment Canterbury Planner notes that on paper, the narrow purposes of PC23, the application for the purposes of PC23, the applicant's recent reports have managed to satisfy the basic flood risk criteria for outlined development plan as and that's an administrative compromise for the narrow purposes of 23, not the wider catchment, not anybody else, just for them, their boundary. However, paragraph 55, the planner leaves a glaring red flag. However, I consider it remains important that the environmental effects associated with natural hazard mitigation measures, particularly the impacts on groundwater systems and the Styx River, are fully understood and appropriately managed. The Regional Council planner has explicitly warned the hearing that the upstream developers' fix for their own site creates an unresolved structural threat to the groundwater and the Styx River channel downstream. You cannot grant the consent when the environmental effects on lower catchment are still explicitly not fully understood. 10.3, information provided by the applicant is insufficient or the effects are not properly understood, then a precautionary approach is required to govern how that risk and uncertainty must be managed during the evaluation of this plan change. Conclusion, in summary, I'll say it again, modelling is incomplete, the hazard risk is unknown. That's a key. You haven't done the modelling, you don't know. You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions on other people's risk, livelihoods, health, safety, welfare, and life, actually. The downstream effects are unknown. Groundwater effects are unknown. Proposal breaches 5.2.14. Inconsistent with the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement. Proposal fails Section 32. Proposal was contrary to established law. The process where the caucusing, where it's not like mediation, the lay litigants, lay people, submitters are excluded from caucusing, and you really can't just caucus away or bypass the statutory stage. You can't pass the RMA and the national direction because it's convenient, or say that we can do it at the consenting stage and figure out how we go from there. That's not good enough. It's just not good enough. You can't caucus away rules, law and policy to be dealt with later. It's not, you don't have that mandate, actually, you can't negotiate away. Those laws aren't negotiating tables. When the information is unknown, we fall back on the law and the lay litigants, the lay submitters. We have to fall back on the rules, the law, the governance, and not council and the appellant making some deals. Relief sought. I respectfully request the panel option A, decline PC 23, and I've put option B, suspend PC 23 until full peer review modelling is completed and publicly notified. I'll probably withdraw that today after seeing the evidence yesterday. I'll wait and see whether council, and I've put option C, impose a binding condition. If the plan change is granted, the developer must be required to fully fund and construct an engineered structural stop banks along the lower Styx, Puhara and Kikanui River boundaries before any development of the subdivision upstream, and that won't happen. So, But I thought I put it in.
There's design and modelling issues with stop banks as well, which should probably go far beyond this proposal. Yeah.
Well, that's a condition, because we've had the effects of the dewatering, and everybody who lived down in Spencerville, the dewatering was horrendous.
Yep.
Goes on for months and months, and then you get a high tide, and then you get a flood, and you get a rain. It's not pleasant. Brooklands was left, those of us who stayed were left with no insurance. I'll protect my property. I demand to protect my property. I expect to demand to protect my property, as other people should as well. We're not bit players. We are here because we pay the rates.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's been 100% clear what you've said to me. I understand
Thank you.
where you're coming from. I've asked you some questions as we've gone, so I don't have any further questions right now, but I do understand what you're saying about the modelling, and I do understand what you're saying about
I won't accept it.
about Brooklands being
Yeah.
a residential area, and being treated as a
They,
residential
and
area.
that, all those models
Yeah.
all ignore us.
Yeah.
We're not there.
Yep.
Okay, so even the existing models, I question, and I have questioned them before. I've thrown some of them in the bin and taken them to the council and said, I just don't come near me with it, it's wrong.
Yeah.
So I believe that even the current model will be, the one they're using now will be incorrect.
Yeah, well, certainly we'll be hearing from Mr. Norton tomorrow, and questions on matters.
I have
raised,
waited
questions, for
since
example.
2012 for the correct modelling.
Yeah.
Asked and asked and asked, and it doesn't come. It's always coming.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, we have a scheduled morning break till 10 o'clock for the next person, which is 12 minutes away. So the next person is Mr. Parker. Is Mr. Parker here? Okay. We'll break till 10 o'clock when Mr. Parker is scheduled to talk. troubles are
Oh, no, that's
solved as much as possible.
not
now.
that he says. This is not
Parker here?
for the Mary Land Court. This is just enough for referral.
He was to talk at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, he's got that in his email, sorry.
Not Mr. Parker, is it? Andrew, do you heard Mr. Parker as to whether he was attending or not? Okay, Mr. Parker doesn't appear to be here. If he does turn up later, we might be able to juggle the timing around. Is Gail Lowe here to speak? So Gail's at 10:15. Not here yet either. I'm afraid we're just going to have to wait until 10:15 till Gail's slot, since Mr. Parker hasn't arrived.
We have,
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing 11:15, but I'm planning 17 minutes.
So you're Diana Ruaka. Yeah, okay. No, if you'd like to come now, that's fine. We can alter the lunch break or.
sorry, I'm dealing with.
Cool.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, thank you. My name is Deanna Rewalker. I'm here today with my husband Lyndon Stevenson as part of the Uruia residents group towards our opposition towards the proposed private plan change, PC23, and future development. We live at 7 Riverside Lane, Spencerville, and I just, earlier on, the gentleman, Mr Elkington, so we're right alongside the river. You can see that probably from the photos.
So you're in Riverside Lane as well next.
Riverside Lane, yeah, we're just the
Same street.
fire station, yeah. I guess.
Sorry, yeah. Yep.
We live at 7 Riverside Lane and have done coming up 5 years in October. Our property runs along a section of the Styx River and is downstream and also directly across from the proposed development. Lyndon's main tick box for purchasing our home in Spencerville was the amazing view, and since living here we've enjoyed this and the peace and quiet of a smaller semi-rural community. On the 26th of July 2022, we experienced the weather event that caused the flooding that you can see in the photos provided. On that day, we initially worried about flooding in the Spencerville side of the river where we live. It became very obvious that the lay of the land meant that flooding all occurs on the farm and rural land opposite. Not just the first field over the river from us, but most of the surrounding area. This area includes the proposed development site. This is one example only, and we have seen flooding occur on a handful of occasions in our time at Spencerville. We've never been concerned about our property flooding. However, this leads me on to my main concern, the flooding. Where will the water go in the future if this development occurs? I have read the reports and looked at the evidence from all the experts, but it still absolutely astounds me that we're here today having to strongly oppose building on and next to an area that is a proven floodplain. I understand that the owners of the parcel land that incorporate the development do not live in the area, but they will have seen or at least know of the sometimes severe flooding. I am obviously a lay person when it comes to these things, but having lived in the area and looking at the plans and experts saying they can build the land up higher to alleviate the flooding issues is crazy to me. This will only make the same amount of water plus extra wastewater plus a potential 1 in 50 or 1 in 100 year weather event pool in a smaller area, and where will it go? The Styx River. More water, smaller area pushed to the east. It will flood properties in Spencerville. I get the idea of retention and detention ponds, but they won't be sufficient. I see the stormwater plans and wastewater plans, but again, I don't believe it's sufficient. It's just too much water, and you can see this from the photos in front of you. The photo date of the 29th of July 2022 shows the flooding having gone down after 3 days from the same event. And you can see how far back the water still is, and that it still sits on the proposed subdivision. This event was not a 1 in 5, 1 in 20, 50, or even 1 in 200 year event. This was less than 4 years ago. The same event saw Styx River flood completely across part of Lower Styx Road into the Bottle Lake Forest Park area, and it closed the road for a period of time. So my questions are, when properties in Spencerville flood and we can no longer get insurance because of this development, who covers that? When our properties devalue when they flood, who covers that? When we can't sell a property because it floods, who covers that? And what about the reduced water quality in the river? Under the Resource Management Act 1991, Section 31, the Council was given the authority to control subdivision under Section 131(2) and have discretion under 106 to refuse a subdivision consent where the land is subject to hazards, or the subsequent use of the land will exacerbate the hazard. We have lived this, and we believe 100% that should approval be given to this subdivision, it would be against what this section of the Act is set up to achieve. From the photographic evidence in front of you, you can see that this land is not acceptable in any way for a development of this size. There is better land around that is not on or close to floodplains and Christchurch that can be built on, and examples are the nearby Prestons and Belfast subdivisions. Both fit the urban definition and have room to expand. None of the experts disagree with the floodplain, but the reports for the applicants tend to mention that the subdivision is being built in a responsible way, with one reason being that it's going to be higher. No one can categorically confirm what will happen when it floods again, and this is a major problem. No one is looking into the effects of the surrounding properties or areas. One expert described it as a basin design with engineered filling to make sure the development is high enough. The basin in question is the lowest terrace with the Styx River and Spencerville directly there. I've also seen that the consensus is in the expert reports that the Styx River will not be affected in a negative way, but I beg to differ. The Styx River Laboratory Trust has done an amazing job upstream from us in regards to looking after the river and the ecosystems. I believe that when the extra runoff does happen, this would certainly not benefit anything or anyone downstream. I'd like to quote from the Boffa-Miskell Wahara Kikanui Styx River Catchment Report from 2023, which is 5-yearly annual aquatic ecology monitoring report that is prepared for the Christchurch City Council. And these are 2 of the 7 recommendations in that report. Best practice stormwater management techniques should be considered, especially when urban development in the area is increasing. Untreated or poorly treated stormwater can bring fine sediments and contaminants into waterways, which smother the stream bed and can directly be consumed by freshwater fauna. Reducing inputs of sediments is essential when enhancing and protecting the habitat for aquatic species such as pollution-sensitive microvertebrate taxa and many freshwater fishes. This is especially important for the Wahara Kikanui Styx River catchment where the EPT taxa, including mayflies, still occur. And then the second one is minimising intensive land use change, e.g. urbanisation and intensive farming in the catchment may assist in maintaining aquatic ecological health. Personally, living next to the river and seeing not only the wonderful bird life, the eels, whitebait, fish, etc. is amazing. The longfin eels in the river are species at risk and declining, and the inanga are now endangered. Flooding, altered rivers and sediment are all factors that affect these fauna. The extra runoff that the expert have said will be attenuated downstream from the development is exactly the concern we have, not only for our properties flooding, but for the health of our river. The area of the development already has flooding as confirmed in the photos, and it's not just in the lower terraces, it occurs in the upper terraces as well. The building up or filling of the upper terraces may mitigate in those areas, but what about the existing properties in Spencerville with the extra runoff? It just makes no sense to build on an area so flood prone. There also seems to be a lot of subjects to and flood modelling still to be completed and requesting consents at time of development for certain items, etc. I'd also like to quote from the evidence from Dave Compton Moen for the applicant. The residential development is concentrated on the higher northern terrace. The separation of built form from flood prone land reflects sound urban planning logic and results in a legible and environmentally responsive structure. I disagree. Raising sections will displace water elsewhere, including surrounding properties, that will make flooding worse. Climate change, sea level and more intense weather events can exceed any original design assumptions. He also states whilst suburban environments differ materially from rural landscapes, they nonetheless generally display a good level of visual amenity that improves over time as plantings mature. In essence, they result in a transition from a pleasant rural landscape to a different but still pleasant suburban landscape. I also disagree with this. when you see the view we currently have and potentially what it may look like in the future, not only ourselves, but for the whole surrounding area. I know visually what I would rather look at, and it's not an 800 section development. The current approved design, including the golf course, is a far cry from what is being considered now. We've lived in Spencerville for a relatively short time, and I'm so outside of my comfort zone being here, but I could not sit back without responding to what can be seen as a negative to Spencerville and rural residents and the Styx River. This is not a place for urbanisation. In my view, the proposed plan change should be declined. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you came across as being within your comfort zone then. That was very good. Look, I understand where you're coming from, and it's very similar to the issue raised by Mr. Alkington earlier on today. So I don't have any additional questions. It's quite clear where your concerns lie, and particularly the need for modelling
Yeah,
in terms of the flood risk. Now, I asked the question, Mr. Alkington, probably the same answer from you, is that a lot of the flooding which is occurring will be coming from upstream sources, existing development further upstream. So would you be, your concerns with this development, would they be the same with any other rezoning upstream in the Styx catchment?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a catchment issue as opposed to this site has issues.
Well, I think this site is different because of that raised level already in the terrace.
Yeah.
And everyone's talking about that lower basin, but there's flooding on that upper terrace
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
So like,
And the flood maps show
Yeah.
quite a tongue going into the
Yeah.
site where there is existing
yeah,
flood.
but the other land that is around and is available is not built up. It's not like, you know, it's better land.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what is, yeah. And as I say, I'm just a layperson, but
Yeah.
yeah.
So modelling which shows the differences in terms of flood levels attributed to runoff from this site, you think would be necessary for us
Yeah,
to consider?
absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that goes back to the matters that Mr. Alkington raised about the stormwater
Yep.
global consent and
Yep.
the levels down at Brooklands. and how
but
that
it's
comes
also what the previous lady had said as well, and that's what you read, is so many things are, we'll do that later, we'll get
Yep.
this first, then we'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do that. That it's crazy to me.
Yeah. Are we able to slow those pictures down and you can talk us through what they are and where they're
Yep.
from? Yeah. So they're scrolling through quite quickly.
If we start on the one.
Yes, I know,
Yeah.
yes.
So this is, we're very close, behind us is kind of the fire station.
Yes,
So when you're looking straight out, so straight, we're not straight out, we're looking to the left. So we're looking to the left.
Yep.
We can have a look at the Styx River. We'll come up here. Yeah, so,
Oh, okay.
this is all the river around here as well, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yes.
road comes
Yeah,
around
so
the
it
end.
takes all the way right across and back here. Subdivision is around over here.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's the first one. So that's
So
just
the,
looking to
what they call the upper
Yeah.
terrace is visible on there, so you
Yeah.
can see the line of
Those
vegetation where you
trees
think
are
there's
the
nothing.
upper terrace.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep, so that, again, that's looking to the left, but so that whole area. And we're not talking a little bit, we're talking about 2/3 up of a farmer's fence. Yeah, so it's not a little amount of water here. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the same view.
Yeah. That's the same view.
With water.
Yeah.
So the upper terrace is not the first piece of dry land you see, it's the bit behind it, is that correct?
It's the first piece of dry land you see.
Yeah,
That's the upper
that's
terrace.
right, but then there's flooding up above.
So the
as
water
well.
behind it, I think in the flood maps which show that an area coming in, which is where the ponding basins are going to be next to the commercial area, I
Yep.
think. So that would be the area behind which has got water in there, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry, and that's just the same area. And that's just further to the right.
So that's looking further towards Spencerville Road to the right.
Yep, that's correct. So Spencerville Road's down here.
Yes, yep.
Turns right from there. But I think that the last photo, yeah, which is 3 days later, it shows you the terraces, but even further back than that. We're talking like Turners and Teeps Road, so we're not talking about that basin there.
Yep.
There's also the Turners and Teep Road area.
Right back to there.
Yep, that floods all the way back there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes, actually, and on that, and there is an aerial,
That last one.
yeah, on that last page. That's the southern end of the subdivision. Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
yeah.
Okay, no, visualise where that's from, yep. So that's looking across the site towards the Arroyo Mast,
Yeah.
obviously, I can see that in the middle, yeah, yeah. Okay. Is Gail Lowe here now? No,
David has confirmed he's not coming.
okay.
I have not heard from the other Dale
Gail Lowe was to talk now, and then there was a break, the morning break, till 10:45.
I think Vivian's here.
Yes, for the Is Rowena Watson here as well? Okay. I think we'll stick to the schedule from the morning break onwards, because otherwise we'll just have another break for Rowena Watson. And she's scheduled for 11, so those two people are scheduled between 10:45 and 11. So what we'll do now is we had a break scheduled until 10:45, which is 25 minutes from now. So we're going to have a 10 minutes more than what we had scheduled for the break, unfortunately, unless Ms. Lowe does turn up, in which case we can hear from her. So we'll break now till 10:45 and then return to our original schedule for Vivian Knight and Rowena Watson. And that will also mean an earlier lunch break, because we've already heard from Fiona. So that will bring the lunch break forward. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've got, because of people who have pulled out of the hearing during the week, there are a few gaps there, because we had the gap there before this spot as well. So we'll have to deal with it. Okay. We have had some discussions during the break in terms of who's available and who is here, so there's going to be some slight juggling of the order. We're going to hear from Vivian Knight and Rowena Watson as per the order in the schedules that we've had. Diana Ruwaka has already spoken, and in her place, Marcus Stewart submission, who wasn't going to speak, George Nimmo is speaking on behalf of his submission and will be reading the statement out. We then are going to bring Kim Foote forward to slightly earlier, so we'll finish for the lunch break fractionally about a quarter of an hour earlier than scheduled. So Vivian Knight is the next person to speak. And Vivian, you're talking on behalf of the Residents Association.
Yes, the Spencerville Residents
not
Association.
individuals, but as an association.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any material to
Yes, I do.
distribute? Yes.
Copies.
Yep. Yeah.
Just get my reading glasses.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's all yours. Yeah.
Commissioner, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Vivian Knight and I appear on behalf of the Spencerville Residents Association. I have been a member of the committee since 2019 when my home was built in Spencerville. I am also currently acting chair of the Sticks Living Laboratory Trust, although I wish to make it clear that I'm not representing that organisation today. The Spencerville Residents Association represents a long-established rural coastal community of approximately 190 households. Our residents have chosen to live in this area because of its open space, its quiet character, and its separation from the urban environment of the city. For many of us, returning home to Spencerville is a transition from a busy urban working day to a calmer and more environmentally sensitive setting. We wish to be very clear at the outset, we are not opposed to development. However, we are opposed to development that proceeds ahead of infrastructure certainty, exceeds the physical limits of the land, and creates unmanaged or transferred risk for existing communities. Our submission is grounded in the principle of effects-based planning, and the question before you is whether this plan change achieves sustainable management, including whether adverse effects are appropriately avoided, remedied, or mitigated. Our position is that it does not. Turning now to the strategic context. The land subject to this plan change is a low-lying coastal environment with known flood risks and infrastructure constraints. It currently functions as part of a rural-urban transition area, acting as a buffer between Christchurch and the rural land of Oruhia. In our submission, the proposal represents a significant intensification of land that is not clearly identified as a core priority growth area and which is environmentally constrained. The key concern is not simply the location of growth, but the sequencing of that growth. In our view, rezoning this land ahead of demonstrated infrastructure capacity and hazard mitigation is inconsistent with the principles of integrated management that underpin the planning framework. I turn now to flooding and hydrology. For Spencerville residents, Flooding is not a theoretical issue, it is a lived reality. From my experience, we have experienced significant flooding impacts in 2017, 2021, 2022, and most recently in 2025. These events have affected homes, roads, and access to the community. There have been occasions where emergency services have been required to assist residents in managing floodwaters. The local hydrological environment is characterised by high groundwater levels, slow drainage, and extended periods of saturation following rainfall events. When it rains in Spencerville, the water does not simply drain away, it accumulates, it rises, and it remains for prolonged periods. In some cases, floodwaters take weeks to dissipate. Against that background, the applicant proposes to raise approximately 170 hectares of land to a level of 3.48 metres. This introduces a critical issue. By raising such a large area of land, the proposal removes existing floodplain storage and alters natural drainage patterns. The fundamental principle is simple. Water that is currently stored or absorbed on that land will be displaced. And when that water is displaced, it must go somewhere. The most likely receiving environment is the surrounding lower lying land, which includes existing Spencerville and Aruhia properties. This risk is consistent with what has been identified in the Section 42A report as a residual risk to existing dwellings. The presence of residual risk indicates that effects are not fully avoided. While mitigation has been proposed, the question for this hearing is whether those measures demonstrably avoid increased risk to existing properties. At present, that has not been conclusively established. From a planning perspective, this is a central issue. A proposal that introduces or increases flood risk to existing residents cannot be said to adequately avoid or mitigate adverse effects. Many existing homes in Spencerville are now constructed on piles or elevated foundations, which allows floodwater to pass beneath them. In contrast, the proposed development creates a significant landform, effectively a raised platform, which has the potential to alter natural flow paths. This creates a credible risk of hydraulic displacement effects. I now turn to infrastructure. Spencerville's existing wastewater system is a vacuum network that is already sensitive to infiltration during periods of heavy rainfall and high groundwater. The proposal relies on a pressure sewer system, which introduces a new dependency, electricity. Each household would rely on a pump to transfer wastewater through the system, and this creates a vulnerability. Spencerville experiences frequent power outages, particularly during storm events. These are precisely the conditions under which the wastewater system is already under stress. In those circumstances, a power-dependent system introduces a credible risk of system failure. In addition, there are significant concerns regarding downstream capacity. Evidence indicates that Pump Station 78 on Haydors Road is a constraint within the network. There is also limited confidence in the capacity of downstream infrastructure, and critically, the upgrades required to support this development are not currently funded within the Council's long-term plan. There is no confirmed funding or program delivery within the long-term plan for the required upgrades. This raises a fundamental planning issue, and there is no demonstrated infrastructure certainty. There is a material difference between infrastructure that is planned and infrastructure that is funded, consented, and programmed. And that distinction is critical at the rezoning stage. Without confirmed funding, design, and delivery mechanisms, the proposal relies on future resolution through resource consent processes. Deferring fundamental issues to later consent stages removes this panel's ability to meaningfully assess whether the plan change is appropriate in the first instance. That approach reverses the appropriate planning sequence. Zoning should be enabled by infrastructure capacity, not dependent on it being resolved later. The existing network services approximately 190 dwellings and is already known for low pressure in parts of the community. The construction of a 170 hectare development will require substantial water demand, including for dust suppression and construction activity. Since the developers have resolved to actually use a network connection to the Spencerville area to supply water in the early stages of construction. There is no clear evidence that the existing network can accommodate this without adverse effects on existing residents. I now turn to transport and life safety. A critical development in this hearing is the removal of the proposed vehicular bridge to Lower Styx Road. As a result, all traffic associated with the development will now be directed onto the existing road network, primarily Spencerville Road and Turners Road. These are rural standard roads with limited capacity and without footpaths, lighting, or dedicated cycling infrastructure. This has serious implications for evacuation. The site lies within a tsunami evacuation zone. With the removal of the additional access, the development effectively relies on a single viable evacuation corridor. This is the same corridor that all Spencerville residents will need to use. At the same time, the proposal introduces a significant increase in population. This creates a mismatch between demand and capacity. In a civil defence event, particularly one requiring rapid evacuation, this constraint poses a direct risk to life safety. Compliance with modelling thresholds does not necessarily equate to real-world evacuation safety under emergency conditions. From a planning perspective, a development that cannot demonstrate safe and efficient evacuation cannot be considered to contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. Finally, I address the planning issue of rezoning rural land without consent. The proposal includes rural properties whose owners have not agreed to rezoning. These properties form part of an established rural environment. Introducing residential zoning into that context creates the potential for reverse sensitivity effects, including conflicts arising from noise, odour, and normal farming activities. In our submission, the desire for boundary coherence does not outweigh the rights of existing landowners of the practical implications of introducing incompatible land uses. In conclusion, Commissioner, when the proposal is assessed as a whole, several critical issues remain unresolved. There is acknowledged residual flood risk. There is no confirmed infrastructure funding or delivery pathway. There are significant constraints within the wastewater and transport networks. And there are unresolved life safety risks associated with evacuation. At its core, this proposal seeks approval now, with the expectation that key issues will be addressed later. The proposal relies on future design, future funding, and future approvals to resolve current uncertainties. In our submission, that approach is not consistent with the requirements of the planning framework. The adverse effects of this proposal are not adequately avoided, remedied, or mitigated. Infrastructure is not sufficiently certain, and the risks to existing residents remain. Accordingly, the Spencerville Residents Association respectfully submits that private plan change 23 should be declined in its entirety. Commissioner, thank you for your time. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Your submission is very clear there, and it raises similar issues to some of the issues that we've already heard today. In particular, I'm hearing a consistent issue in relation to servicing wastewater and concerns with displacement effects of flooding, Lower Styx catchment. And I understand where you're coming from there, and that's something which is definitely requires consideration. Mr. Alkington, this morning I asked him the question about other development in the Styx Basin. So the Spencerville residents presumably have that same concern with any development feeding into that catchment.
The problem with existing developments that have been started and are ongoing is that they release a lot of sediment into the river.
Yes,
and the river level has actually risen so that there's not as much room for water.
It's lost capacity because of sedimentation.
Yes.
Yep.
And also it's destroying the river habitat. So we've gone from fairly good quality to a D rating for the river.
Yep.
And I'm really surprised that the last report on the river is actually from 2023, when they're supposed to put out an annual report on the health of the river. So we haven't seen anything for the last 2 years.
Yeah. This particular proposal was the general catchment was at Spencerville or at and below Spencerville itself. With the enhancement works which they're proposing, we've been told that the retention basins will actually filter out sediment and reduce the amount of sediment going into the river rather than increasing it. Did you have a response to that?
What the Styx River, Styx Living Laboratory has also been trying to do is put sediment traps in the river.
Yeah.
But the resource consent for those has always been deferred or denied. So I don't really think, it might help for this development, but it doesn't help the river overall. And sediment from this development is not really the main issue. It's about the runoff of water. And actually, if water stays for several weeks in those storm ponds and we have another event, where does that water go?
Yeah, so the ponding which is occurring at the moment is occurring largely, it's because of water coming down the river, not from this site, but from coming.
Well, it's also that the groundwater raises. So there's aquifers under the whole place. So the groundwater level where I live as well was also very high. We could not dig our foundations down. We were not allowed to change the level of our land because of flooding to neighbours, the risk of flooding to neighbours. We had to have our own stormwater sump on our land when we built. So all of these things are already considered when people build in Spencerville. There are currently probably only a few sites left where people can build, but we're already over the capacity that we had in 2018 because houses were built, rebuilt from the earthquakes after 2018. So we've already put that extra pressure on the system.
So as a minimum, you consider that modelling of the displacement effects from the filling, which probably hasn't been covered, there's not a lot of that in the evidence at the moment.
No.
That needs to be brought forward.
That does.
Yes.
You'll hear probably from other people that live around that area. They're already the ground now can absorb some because it's green. If you put concrete on top of that with houses, then there's no way for the water to soak into the ground there. It has to go somewhere. So the houses that are surrounding that on Turners Road, Spencerville Road, are actually going to be at a higher risk of flooding than they are now.
Because of this, yes, because of time going back,
Yeah, it creates a dam, basically.
Your residents association, you've said that it represents 190 households. There isn't 190 houses in Spencerville, so it represents a larger area.
In the 2018 census, there was 165 houses.
I didn't realise there was that many.
Yeah. And so considering that there's been some rebuild since then, I estimated that it's around, looking at some data from property sites, etc., they're saying about 225.
Yeah.
I took somewhere in the middle
Yep.
To exclude some of those more rural properties perhaps that might have their own sewage treatment. And I came up with a reasonable number of 190.
So that is pretty much the geographical area of
Yes.
Fenceville itself.
Yes,
right?
so
you-
they're all the ones on the wastewater network.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next person we have to hear from is Rowena Watson. That's number 4.
We can share. That was all. Are you ready?
Watson? No, you're at 103A Turners Road.
I am.
How far down Turners Road is that?
Past the school. So it's on the corner, so you come around past the school,
Yeah.
come up, and I'm on that next corner. There's 3 houses right there on the left-hand side of the road.
So between the school and Teeps Road?
Yes,
Yes.
on the
So
left-hand side.
beside the turn off that used to go to the Cattery, I used to take a cat to.
Yeah, no, I'm,
there?
yeah, no, that's further
That's
up.
further around, is it?
Yes.
Yep, you know what I mean. Yeah, okay, so I've got no idea where you are. Okay,
Shall I start?
you start.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. So this is my submission in opposition to the proposed Whisper Creek subdivision. My personal connection to the area, so kia ora, my name is Rowena Watson and I have lived at 103A Turners Road for the past 9 years after losing my home and business in the Christchurch earthquakes. I was brought up on a small mixed farm at 143 Lower Styx Road, right across the river from the proposed subdivision, in the loop, which you will be able to see on the subdivision map. And whilst I've lived in many countries in my youth, I've been drawn back to live in the quiet of Ruruia. I intend to purchase in the area if the subdivision does not go ahead. I do not support the proposed subdivision. Increase in traffic. The proposed subdivision will increase traffic dramatically from approximately 600 to 800 vehicles per day to over 3,500, including heavy vehicles. The impact of such an increase on Turners Road would be severe. This is not a hypothetical concern. When Lower Styx Road was recently closed for roadworks and traffic was redirected along Turners Road, the effect was immediately apparent and alarming. Vehicle speeds were wholly inappropriate for a road of that size. The noise was considerable. My house shook and a dog was killed. I found it genuinely frightening to walk my own dogs during this period. The road simply cannot safely accommodate that volume of traffic. And I feared for my own safety as a pedestrian. Ultimately, I stopped using the road altogether during the detour. A road I consider home and walk regularly had become too dangerous. Children face the same risk. Turners Road is narrow. It's a rural road, and there is no meaningful margin for error
when a child is on foot and traffic volumes are high. The potential for serious harm is real. I urge that the traffic implications of this subdivision be given full and careful consideration before any consent is granted. Quality of life and community character. Oroia is a quiet, peaceful, rural community, and it is precisely this character that makes it so valued by its residents. I run a business in the city, and the ability to return each evening to the tranquility this area offers is something I hold in the highest regard. This is not unique to me. It is a sentiment shared widely across the community around me and in Spencerville and the environs. Ethics of approving something so contentious to current residents. I draw your attention, Commissioner, to the fact 57 residents have formally signed and submitted their opposition to this proposal. I know more have submitted on their own also. This level of organised community opposition should carry significant weight in your deliberations and reflects a clear and unified concern about the scale and impact of the proposed development. Imbalance of power. I wish to raise my concerns about the imbalance of power inherent in this process. This proposal was being advanced by two individuals, one fronting the proposition, the other owning the land, who appear to have considerable financial resources at their disposal. Residents opposing the development do not have equivalent means. I respectfully ask the Council to ensure that this disparity does not disadvantage those whose voices deserve equal consideration. It is also very obvious that works have already begun to prepare the land for the subdivision, which none of us who live here actually want, or probably some do. Today alone, which was Monday the 18th of the 5th, 26, I saw 5 huge trucks going into the land with some sort of material in the back. Some are Goodwin excavations. I was only at home a short while across the day, so there could have been many more. I saw 2 more this morning before I left at 8:30. The value of rural enclaves. Rural enclaves such as Oroia and Spencerville need to be protected. There are so few of them left, and there needs to be a place for people who like to live quietly as I do. If areas like this are lost to large-scale subdivision, the choice to live in a peaceful, low-density rural setting is removed, not just for current residents, but for future generations. Once this character is gone, it cannot be recovered. And the cultural issues. As a member of Ngāi Tahu, I do not believe the cultural significance of this landscape and its relationship to, I'm not going to try and say that word, Styx River, I can't say it, has been properly understood prior to rezoning being advanced. While I appreciate that the planning process may not formally require consultation in every circumstance, it is deeply troubling that irreversible decisions affecting land and waterways of long-standing cultural importance to Ngāi Tahu can proceed without fuller engagement with and understanding of those cultural relationships. In my view, this is inconsistent with the spirit of Te Reti o Waitangi and the responsibility to recognise and protect Māori relationships with ancestral lands, waterways, wāhi taonga and mahinga kai. Beyond the significant impact on my quality of life, I wish to place on record my deep concern at the failure to recognise and uphold the cultural values of Ngāi Tahu in the management of this land. Large quantities of material are being deposited on the submission site daily, prior to any resource consent being granted. This poses a serious and ongoing threat to archaeological taonga that I have good reason to believe are present, a belief grounded in personal experience. I have myself discovered such items on our family farm on the opposite side of the loop on the river on Lower Styx Road. This area holds considerable cultural and historical significance for my people. It formed part of an important Mahingakai trail used by Ngāi Tahu to travel to the coast and to fish in the Styx River. And the archaeological significance of this corridor is well established. The Trelevans, whose farmland adjoined ours on the far side of Lower Styx Road, along a trail that passes directly through the proposed subdivision, discovered numerous adzes and other taonga during their years farming the land, and of course middens. These were generously donated to Canterbury Museum, where they have been held in the collection and displayed for many years. I respectfully submit that the land subject to this proposed subdivision carries profound cultural, spiritual and historical significance that must be recognised and protected. I urge that no further works proceed until a full archaeological and cultural impact assessment has been completed in accordance with the obligations owed to Ngāi Tahu as tangata whenua. In conclusion, the concerns raised in this submission are not those of one person alone. They are shared by a community, people who chose Oroia and Spencerville for its quietness, its character, and its connection to the land, and who stand to lose something irreplaceable if this development proceeds. I respectfully urge the Council and the Commissioner to weigh the full breadth of opposition to this proposal. The traffic and safety risks on an already narrow road, the threat to taonga and sites of profound cultural significance to Ngāi Tahu, and the permanent loss of the rural character that defines this community. 57 residents have formally submitted their opposition. That is not a minor dissenting view. It is a clear and collective statement that this development is wrong for this place. Once the character of a community like Oroia is lost, it cannot be restored. I ask that this decision be made with that permanence in mind, and that the voices of those who live here be given the full weight they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite clear on what you've said there. A couple of questions I had for you. Do you understand that there's now proposed that a new pedestrian cycle link between the site and the Oroia School be proposed along Turners Road?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, which may go some way towards addressing some of the concerns you raised in relation to transport. In relation to the cultural issues, there is a cultural impact report prepared by Mānui with the application, which responds on behalf of Te Riri, being the Hapu responsible for that area, which sets aside some recommendations which have been adopted in the application.
It's dated. It's not actually recent, and it was done by a junior person in Ngāi Tahu. Mm-hmm. This needs to be taken completely to Ngāi Tahu, and not just a subordinate person doing this. It's very important. So is the roadway with the cycleway, is that being mooted by a person or the council or the?
My recollection is it was agreed to between the traffic engineers as being something which, an amendment which could be made to the proposal.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? It's just a wee bit.
The traffic engineers, I think it's recorded in their joint witness statement, have acknowledged that a pedestrian link between the school site at least and along Turners Road from the site would be beneficial, and that's now being proposed. Yeah.
One more question. Who would pay for that? Is that a company?
That would be the applicant, I would have thought. Yeah. It's arising from the proposal, so anything like that would be up to the applicant through a consent process, through the development contributions or conditions on the consent at the time of development.
Any more questions for me?
No, I think it's quite clear, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Nimmo is going to read a statement on behalf of Mr. Stewart, who cannot be here. So I have granted him leave to read out the statement on behalf, just to be clear that he cannot speak on behalf of Mr. Stewart. So we'll simply hear the statement being read, but I won't be asking any questions after that.
Thank you. I've got the other ones.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Stewart cannot be with us as he's caring for his elderly parents at the moment who are most unwell. Basically, his concerns are rates, ability to ride horses safely in the rural area, the vehicle traffic, which has been fairly much covered by other presenters, sewage processing, and the effect of that in the area. Rates. Since 2010, my rates invoiced has increased from $3,876 to $7,261, nearly doubled in 15 years. With private change 23, Whisper Creek, to a residential new neighbourhood zone, the local rates changes will impact significantly me and other property owners. Rates will increase and therefore the ability to pay the further rates and therefore our ability to live in our homes without gaining any significant improvements or services provided to us or current Oruia residents. The ability to ride a horse safely in the rural urban fringe zone. Living within the semi-rural urban fringe zone provides me and my grazers the ability and choice to ride our horses from my address near the Oruia School to the Chinese plantation and return safely. There is no inclusion or mention in the proposal of this ability to ride a horse safely in the rural urban fringe zone to a local Chinese plantation, horse riding paths as can and does exist at the present time with Turners Road rural urban fringe zone. There are many owners and grazers of horses in Oruia and locally, yet there has been no inclusion for us and our horses to ride locally safely in the proposed private plan change 23. The proposal, which has overridden any ability to ride safely a horse to the Chinese plantation, that focuses on the proposed Whisper Creek residents and their desire to walk, pedestrian brackets, and bike, cycle links, was removing my ability to ride my horse safely to the forest riding paths or go riding with a friend within the local neighbourhood. I believe safety of local horse riders and therefore a significant amount of the local residents and their friends have been overlooked and in future will be pressured out of our residences by this proposal that endangers those wanting to ride horses locally by volumes of traffic created by the proposed PC 23. I think the area of vehicle traffic, Mr. Commissioner, has been well canvassed and these figures reflect what else is there. I don't think there's a great deal to be gained by repeating it.
No, that information's already in front of us. Yeah, great.
Final section is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, I would have to say, reading it, about sewage processing. private plan change 23 sewage processing proposal to be processed in the Spencerville during a daily quantity to be stated that is within the Spencerville capacity. Does this take into account the increased quantity of sewage required to be pumped and processed during a televised international rugby game? Or will this create a surge blockage and negate the private plan change 23 ability to function as stated without the future issues of capacity when the supporting television sport residents relieve themselves of flood?
Okay. On that note, well, thank you for reading that out. Obviously, I can't ask you questions on that, but I'll take that into account. Right, now, Kim Foot. Do you have anything prepared or? Okay,
I'm just a resident.
yeah, so you're at 5 Riverside Lane.
Yeah.
So we've three people from Riverside Lane this morning. There you are. Okay, I've got your submission here. Yeah.
Okay, we have heard a lot from experts, but are we not experts? We live in the area and have experienced flooding, earthquakes and sewerage problems firsthand. If a tsunami or other flooding event happened, from experience we know that water covers Lower Styx Road, leaving only Spencerville Road as an exit to get to higher ground. With an extra 1,000 to 2,000 cars trying to exit, lives could be lost. The experts have said that the sewer has the capacity to take an extra 800 households by cleaning sewer pipes and upgrading pumps to take it to the gravity-fed pipe in Parklands. We have experienced flooding in our lane, so heavy that the lane was flooding with water pouring into the sewer manhole. This was only after heavy rain. With 800 extra houses, this would have caused a blockage so that no pumps could have coped. The proposed improvements to take extra sewage has not allowed for flooding making its way into the Spencerville system. Spencerville will bear the brunt of any events. Since the earthquakes, there are 2 places where the sewage smells, which the council have tried to improve, but the smell still remains. Who will monitor the landfill going into the raised land that's required? Will it pollute the river quality even more? The owner of 161 Lower Styx Road placed fill and levelled it on his land next to the river and was told by the council not to, but continued doing so on more than 3 occasions. The water quality of the river is already a huge concern, with the sediment clogging up the bottom. Over the last 3 years, it's tragic what has happened. The council should be looking into the water quality. Was the quality affected by landfill? And will it be in the future with this development? I've also got something else. When we built, we were told that we weren't allowed to even bring the level back up to pre-earthquake height. And now these people are allowed to raise the land to 1 metre. To me, you know, the council came in and looked at our land and said, oh no, you've got it a wee bit high. They told us to grade it off. So the problems from raising land further up is going to cause us, it's going to be really have a huge impact on us.
You're talking displacement effects from
Yes.
filling up, causing the water to go elsewhere.
Because the flooding there is like you've seen in those pictures. And we're right on the river, and it has already come up onto the river. So then we're going to get flooding on our properties. And our lane had flooded to the extent where it was pouring into the sewer. So what happens on an occasion like that where it gets into the sewer?
So your property, you built a new house on the site where a site had been removed post-earthquake. Is
Yeah.
that correct? Yeah.
The only reason we did that is because obviously we were living in Seabrook Drive at the time, and we know that the council or whoever spent over $1 million fixing the river. Because otherwise we wouldn't have done it, because that land obviously had huge subsidence.
Yep.
But we thought it was going to be safe. But obviously over the last 6 years since we've lived there, we've lived in Spencerville since 2003, but since we've been living on the river, we've just seen so many flooding experiences that I just feel that this is just going to make it considerably worse.
Yeah.
So how come they don't have to pile?
Well, it all depends on the site. I was going to ask you, are you aware of why the council told you you couldn't fill on your site? Typically in flood management areas, councils often require that sites be piled or not built up.
Well, our house is piled.
Because of,
Yeah.
and that's because when you're close to a river, you need to allow for flows
Yes.
of the flow of the river, as opposed to ponding issues, which is a completely different issue and managed in a
Right.
different way. So it's what applied on your site is unlikely to apply on a site such as the site where the applicant's being proposed, where the issue is more of a displacement issue as opposed to a river flow issue, which you'd have.
Then when you showed us the topographic evidence, it also showed that they had considerable, like it was all blue as well.
There is a big blue tongue.
Right.
I'm aware
So
of that. Yep.
if they have a ponding area and then we get that flooding,
Yep.
that ponding area is just going to overflow, isn't it? So then it's just going to be sediment that overflows onto the land and into the river. Because it will overflow. We've seen it overflow.
Yep.
You've seen the photographic evidence of it overflowing.
Yep.
I just,
Your concern's quite clear, and it's
Yeah.
a concern that's been expressed by
a lot
people
of people.
before you this morning,
Yes, I
and
know.
I'm getting a very clear message that the concern with what we call displacement effects from filling, causing the potting to exacerbate in the Styx River Basin area,
But the sewerage is inadequate at the moment.
which is another issue again.
Yeah.
Correct, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that takes us to the break. We were scheduled to finish at 12, and it's now 25 minutes ahead of that. And to come back at 1 to hear from Mr. Knight and Mr. Messerly. My understanding is that Mr. Knight can't come earlier because of work commitments, but it might be possible that Mr. Messerly gets heard ahead of him, with Mr. Knight being after him. So would you be happy to come earlier, Mr. Messerly, so that we can?
Really, about what time?
Well, it's now 11:30. So if we were to take the lunch break early and come back at 12:30 as opposed to 1, and you were to go at 12:30,
That'd be fine.
and then Mr. Knight can appear at 1, and that should enable us to conclude around about 1:30. Yep, okay. So we'll adjourn now. We'll have an early lunch break, and we'll come back at 12:30 for Mr. Messerly, who will be here for Mr. Knight. That's the last person appearing today. so 12:30, sorry. And next submitted to hear from is Mr. Mesley. Now, Mr. Mesley, we've got two statements of evidence from you, one an archaeological assessment and the other one a wastewater assessment, as well as the additional material which you provided, which was tabled yesterday, and a summary which you're going to read today. Just a couple of things I just wanted to ask you at the outset. One of them was in relation to your original submission, because it covers a lot more points than just archaeological and wastewater issues. Are you going to speak to the other issues in your submission, or are you?
Time doesn't permit, and besides, other people are covering those issues.
So you're satisfied? You've heard other people talk on the same issues, and if you?
I'm not satisfied that they're covered well,
Yep.
but my submission stands for what I could put in at that
Yep.
point.
So you're not going to address them specifically,
I'm
but
not
your
going to go
submission's-
into that today.
That's
I'm
fine.
going to focus exclusively on these two issues.
Okay, and I spoke to you earlier on today. You're appearing as a lay expert. Normally, when someone appears to provide some expert evidence, there is a bit of a conflict between being an expert and being a submitter, because if you're
I appreciate that completely.
and what I'd like you to do with each of your submissions, but it's not covered in your written material, is provide a brief summary of where your expertise can help. I understand that you have expertise in methodology and other things which you consider are relevant to your assessment, and
Should I
would like you to
cover that at the outset, or
probably would
I
be
don't know,
useful,
how much
yes.
depth do you want?
Not huge depth, just
Okay.
just sufficient to establish where you're coming from and where you consider your expertise fits in, particularly with the wastewater. So you're obviously not a wastewater engineer.
Right.
You have concerns with methodology and process, as I understand it. So if you could just expand on those things before we start.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, my name is John Messerly. I'm a resident of the Spencerville, Aruhia area, and I appear today on behalf of the Aruhia and Spencerville Community Group as its designated presenter concerning technical aspects of the wastewater and archaeological issues arising from PPC 23. Now, as far as my background is concerned, I am an experienced engineer for a major software company. I was engaged at executive level decisions on software technology, particularly involving modeling and probability software. I have no expertise in the particular system being used by the council, but from what I've seen, it is a very strong modeling system, provided that it has good data inputs. Is that sufficient?
Yes, I think so at this stage.
Okay, so I'm quite comfortable with presenting empirical evidence. If someone asks me a question, I'm professionally bound to give you what I know to be true, even though it may not be favorable to my position. Okay. Now, as to archaeological issues, the central issue today is not whether archaeological effects could potentially be managed through future consent conditions or accidental discovery procedures. The issue is whether the present archaeological and cultural landscape evidential platform is sufficiently complete and reliable to support rezoning and large-scale urbanization within this environment. The archaeological facts and reports cited in my review indicate that the presently available evidential platform remains materially incomplete. A recurring feature of the evidential presentation associated with PPC 23 has been the tendency to minimize unresolved uncertainty through selective characterization of the evidential record. The Section 42A report repeatedly stated that no sites of interest have been identified as part of the rationale for rejecting requests for archaeological assessment, cultural investigation, Mahinga Kai assessment. However, publicly available NZAA art site, which you can see on this graphic here, records identify a recorded midden site M3533, which you can see these numbers in the lower left corner, which is on the PPC 23 site. It actually spans it, extending partially across the PPC boundary itself, together with multiple additional nearby midden and midden oven archaeological records within the surrounding Lower Styx cultural landscape. Facts presented in my written submission do not establish that severe archaeological effects are certain. However, the facts documented from recognized authorities materially weaken any attempt to characterize the PPC 23 environment as a straightforward, low-risk archaeological setting. More broadly, the issue for planning decision-making is not whether archaeology can be proven with certainty at every location within PPC 23. The issue is whether the presently available evidential platform is sufficiently complete to support confident, low-risk archaeological conclusions before irreversible landscape transformation is enabled. Now to the existing archaeological evidence. Existing archaeological investigations cited in my paper within the Lower Styx and Brooklands area demonstrate the archaeological material survives within a landscape that have nevertheless undergone substantial modification. Archaeological investigations associated with the site M35209, which locals understand as being the new fire station. Look at that red star right above Spencerville. Identified midden and oven material during monitored earthworks undertaken following an accidental protocol call-out. The midden and oven classifications are significant because they commonly indicate organized occupation or food processing activity rather than isolated shell deposition. Additional investigations associated with Lower Styx Road sewer works identified archaeological material, including charcoal, shell, burnt stones associated with Maori occupation and research use activity. Multiple archaeological sites have already been formally recorded within the wider corridor prior to commencement of later infrastructure works. In my submission, I showed from citations to multiple archaeological project reports that substantial historical modification does not demonstrate archaeological absence. Nevertheless, aspects of the applicant evidential material repeatedly invoked landscape modification in a manner that functioned rhetorically to minimize archaeological sensitivity and survivability despite the absence of a dedicated archaeological assessment and despite multiple published examples of continuing archaeological discoveries within similarly modified Christchurch coastal plain environments. This created an evidential presentation that conveyed substantially greater archaeological confidence than the presently available investigative platform appears capable of reliably supporting. The archaeological evidence instead demonstrates that archaeological material has repeatedly been discovered within landscapes already regarded as heavily modified or disturbed. The archaeological record within the estuarine and wetland environments is frequently spatially discontinuous and incomplete. Consequently, absence of currently recorded archaeological sites within a particular parcel cannot safely be treated as evidence of archaeological absence. The investigation suggests that they will do fragmented investigation. A significant issue identified within my review is that presently available archaeological evidence appears fragmented, reactive, and substantially dependent upon opportunistic discoveries during unrelated earthworks and infrastructure activity. The reports cited within my review indicate this is materially different from a deliberate rezoning stage archaeological assessment directed specifically towards understanding archaeological survivability, cultural landscape relationships, and cumulative urbanization effects across the PPC 23 environment itself. The planning issue is therefore not merely whether isolated known sites can individually be managed. The issue is whether the archaeological and cultural landscape consequences of enabling irreversible urbanization have been sufficiently understood before rezoning occurs. Accidental discovery protocols. The archaeological investigations cited in my review indicate that accidental discovery protocols are fundamentally reactive management mechanisms. They operate after archaeological material has already been exposed and partly destroyed during earthworks. They are not equivalent to comprehensive upfront archaeological investigation or landscape scale archaeological characterizations prior to rezoning. As I showed, backed up by reference to archaeological authorities, reliance upon accidental discovery protocols should not function as a substitute for adequate rezoning stage investigation within a known archaeologically sensitive environment. Rezoning enables cumulative and effectively irreversible landscape transformation through subdivision, infrastructure installation, utilities, drainage modification, road construction, and residential intensification. Once rezoning occurs, the practical and legal pressures favoring subsequent development materially increase. Based on the archaeological material reviewed, unresolved archaeological uncertainty therefore becomes more significant at rezoning stage than it might within an isolated specific consent process. The relief I seek on this is the archaeological investigations cited in my review indicate presently available archaeological evidential platform is insufficiently comprehensive to support rezoning at the scale proposed. I respectfully submit that PPC 23 should not rely primarily upon accidental discovery protocols and future stage investigation processes in order to manage archaeological uncertainty. I seek the comprehensive archaeological assessment of the PPC 23 area and associated cultural landscape be undertaken prior to any rezoning approval. I seek the archaeological assessment occur at an appropriately integrated landscape scale rather than being deferred primarily to later stage processes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesley. I understand your concerns there. Just I have a question that the applicant might be able to answer for me. Are you aware as to whether or not an archaeological authority is going to be required from Heritage New Zealand in relation to works on this site?
Well, obviously AAs are sort of required for sites where there is evidence of human occupation prior to 1900.
Yes, most of Christchurch is.
Which, yes. So no, I would expect that to be the case.
Yep, and that will require archaeological assessment of the site in more detail prior to any works proceeding.
Which is very usual.
Yep. Do you understand what the archaeological authority process is, Mr. Mesley?
Generally,
yeah. So, and under the Heritage New Zealand Act, if earthworks are proposed or disturbance is proposed of a site with pre-1900 occupation, with evidence of that, an archaeological authority is required to be obtained from Heritage New Zealand before any disturbance of the site can occur. And that requires an archaeologist to be identified and to carry out assessments of the site and to monitor works on the site. So it's more stringent than just relying on an archaeological accidental discovery protocol. And I'm just wondering whether that provides a little bit more certainty to you that if works are to proceed, there is actually a step which has to go before any works can proceed, irrespective of rezoning, before any works can happen on that site.
Well, that's a critical thing.
Yeah.
Irrespective of rezoning. Yeah. You propose to rezone, that'd be perfectly acceptable to rezone and then do this downstream.
Well, that's the way that's the way the process normally works throughout Christchurch and all other rezonings around Christchurch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If that's your process.
Well, that is the legal process which is followed in terms of disturbance of sites. Yeah.
It is never the case that it is ever it ever blocks a zoning approval. It's never the case in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure whether on the evidence that there's all of Christchurch has history of
Pre-1900.
pre-European habitation.
This is particularly dense.
Yes, yeah,
This is a corridor, a transportation corridor.
the river is, and would you say the same occurs in relation to the higher terrace land away from the river, where the development's going to be predominantly occurring?
The way that,
Yeah,
I think you need an archaeologist to explain this.
Yes.
But these are transportation corridors, and it was much more efficient to go up on canoe than to traverse the reeds. So that's why it's so rich. That's why you see all these sites there.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that there is a process for further archaeological assessment to be undertaken, which is required. It's not a voluntary process, which any applicant in any site is required to go through.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, but
Yep.
just hypothetically,
Yep.
if this happened to be a Maori burial site and religious location that had been recently discovered, would you rezone in that area before consenting to major earthquakes?
Yeah, that would depend on the evidence, and it would also depend on the position of the relevant
Okay.
iwi who would be consulted, would have to be
Well-
consulted with in relation to that work.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've made my
Yes,
point
no,
clear.
you have made your point, and I understand fully
Okay.
what your point is. And, yeah, that's right, we can take that.
Any other questions?
Not at this point.
Okay. Now,
Wastewater.
to wastewater. Wastewater assessment for PPC 23 depends materially upon interpretation of the application's own disclosed modeling framework rather than merely the existence of theoretically engineerable servicing pathways. The issue for planning decision-making is therefore not whether future infrastructure upgrades could potentially be constructed, but the degree of predictive confidence presently established regarding long-term receiving system behavior within the shallow groundwork coastal environment in Spencerville. That's the receiving system. The joint witness statement characterizes the identified wastewater issues principally as concerns and states that wastewater technical review does not alter the expert's opinions. However, the statement does not substantively engage many of the specific factual propositions arising from the disclosed calibration documentation, modeling assumptions, validation limitations, and future condition environmental drivers identified within the evidential material I cited extensively in my references. This matters because these are not merely generalized submitter concerns. They are factual, technical propositions drawn from the applicant's and council's own disclosed modeling record. Recasting these propositions as concerns does not answer them. It rhetorically downgrades the evidential matters into expressions of unease. As a consequence, the present planning evidential framework does not contain substantive expert analysis of whether these identified modeling limitations and future condition uncertainties materially affect rezoning stage confidence regarding long-term receiving system behavior. The issue raised is not whether hydraulic modeling may appropriately assist operational infrastructure planning, servicing design, or future engineering upgrades. Those engineering and implementation, those are engineering and implementation matters. The issue, on the contrary, is that the modeling framework is also being relied on to support rezoning stage section 32 conclusions regarding acceptable long-term wastewater system risk within a shallow groundwater coastal environment exposed to compound future condition processes. In that context, the evidential issue becomes qualitatively different. The degree of empirical calibration, the validation against observed operational behavior, and the future condition scenario confidence required for long-term catastrophic and system-level risk assessment is materially higher than ordinarily sufficient for operational servicing or engineering capacity planning, which was done by the council. In that context, the evidential issue, the applicant's own disclosed calibration documentation records that flows within the catchment post-earthquake repairs are not fully understood, confirming that post-earthquake wastewater system behavior remained an active empirical calibration issue within the operational Christchurch wastewater model framework. And I give the citation for that document. The disclosed wastewater modeling documentation confirms that the operational wastewater model relied upon for PPC 23 had not been validated against observed real wastewater system behavior within the receiving environment at the time of reporting. The documentation further does not disclose the extent, rigor, coverage, or empirical sufficiency of whatever validation efforts may have been undertaken. This is documented in their own submission. Calibration and validation are not technically equivalent processes. Calibration concerns adjustment of a model parameters to fit selected databases, whereas validation concerns tests whether the model's predicted behavior actually matches real-world wastewater system behavior during significant real wet water flow events. It has not been validated. The disclosed documentation does not establish that the model predictions has been validated against measured wastewater system response during actual significant wet water flow events. Again, that is also documented on page 20. The disclosed calibration document does not establish that satisfactory wet weather flow calibration confidence had specifically been achieved for the Spencerville receiving network. So we don't know what the system does. We don't know if the model actually covers Spencerville well. These statements are significant because they originated from the operational calibration framework itself rather than from external criticism advanced by the submitters. The applicant's modeling memorandum confirms that operational wastewater model principally functions as a trunk main model in which many smaller pipes are excluded or simplified within the model framework. This is also on the submitter's evidence on page 2 to 4 of the Appendix B. The newly disclosed calibration document confirms that extensive model simplification and pruning was undertaken through the Christchurch wastewater model, including removal of many smaller diameter pipes and reliance upon inferred asset data and calibration assumptions. The disclosed calibration report also records that simplified continuous pump representations were adopted in order to improve model runtimes, while acknowledging that such simplifications may lead to underpredictions of peak flows downstream. Those acknowledged simplifications become materially relevant within a shallow groundwater coastal receiving environment, such as Spencerville, involving interacting wet weather infiltration, downstream conveyance sensitivity, and future condition uncertainty. The applicant's evidence confirms that future wastewater servicing for PPC 23 depends upon attenuated local LPS system behavior, downstream conveyance assumptions, and future operational upgrades associated with the pump station 78 and downstream rising mains. The disclosed material nevertheless does not clearly demonstrate detailed validation of coincident wet weather flow behavior associated with upstream LPS discharge patterns, downstream wet weather infiltration response, and future condition coastal interaction within the PS78 environment. Is any of this technical detail you want to ask any clarification questions at this point. Because I'm
No,
gonna-
it's quite dense, but I'm following it. what you're
Okay,
saying
okay,
quite well.
okay,
Yeah,
okay, fine.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, we move to the share environmental drivers, acknowledged within the evidential record. The applicant's own evidence expressly acknowledges that the receiving environment is affected by sea level rise, elevated groundwater, vertical land movement, flood interaction, and compound future condition processes. One of the items here I should have included is that saturated water levels that you heard from other submitters, where the flood waters do not recede for weeks at a time. So when another wet weather event occurs, it further the water has no place to go, so it's even worse. Dr. Dark's hydrological evidence similarly discusses shallow groundwater conditions, groundwater interaction with the Styx River system, and future groundwater response to sea level rise. Section 42A reporting framework also expressly identifies these same factors: groundwater interaction, sea level rise, vertical land movement, flood level interaction, and compound hazard behavior as significant matters requiring integrated future condition assessment, which would require a sophisticated model such as the one WPS uses. These are therefore not speculative issues introduced externally by submitters. These are environmental drivers already acknowledged throughout the evidential record itself. The wastewater receiving system in Spencerville operates within that same coastal environment context and has experienced documented wet weather operational stress events. I cite the December 15, 2021 event where there was pump wastewater flow for about 8 hours.
So was that a failure of this wastewater system as opposed to?
It was overloaded. It couldn't pump fast enough.
So it wasn't related to a flooding event or another external factor. It was just a failure of the system itself.
The pump did not fail. It just could not keep up. And so
Yeah.
the overflow indicator was on for 8 hours. I don't know if sewage erupted or anything. The report didn't say that.
Okay.
Within low gradient coastal wastewater systems, apparent operational adequacy under selected assumptions does not necessarily establish confidence regarding long-term receiving system behavior under interacting environmental conditions. The applicant's modeling evidence predicts no surcharge occurrence within key portions of the assessed wastewater system under the selected modeling scenarios. The significance of modeling confidence, therefore, extends beyond operational surfacing questions alone. If wastewater surcharge or overflow conditions were to coincide with floodwater inundation within the surrounding low-lying environment, the resulting waters will require treatment as contaminated wastewater-affected floodwater rather than an ordinary stormwater flooding. Recent New Zealand experience has demonstrated that wastewater contaminated flood events within vulnerable urban environments may generate very substantial long-term public and private costs associated with contamination response, infrastructure damage, flood recovery, remediation, and future adaptation requirements. Section 32 specifically requires consideration of the risk of acting or not acting if there is uncertain or insufficient information about the subject matter of the provisions. The purpose of that requirement is not merely procedural. It is to reduce the risk that rezoning decisions commit communities and infrastructure systems to substantial long-term consequences before sufficient confidence regarding future condition behavior has been established. The Urrutia Spencerville Community Group accepts that planning decisions routinely proceed where risks are shown to be remote, sufficiently understood, or capable of reliable mitigation through demonstrated evidential frameworks. We have no problem with normal acceptance of risk. The issue raised here is different. where foreseeable wastewater surcharge or overflow conditions may materially alter the nature and consequences of flooding events within low-lying urban environments, the degree of confidence reasonably established by the evidential framework become directly relevant to long-term public infrastructure exposure, ratepayer cost exposure, remediation liability, and future adaptation requirements. Accordingly, we turn to coastal wastewater system behavior and compound condition interaction. Peer-reviewed wastewater literature cited within the evidential material identifies coastal gravity wastewater systems as particularly sensitive to interacting groundwater, rainfall, and sea level processes. The cited literature identified statistically significant relationships between wastewater system and flow behavior and rainfall intensity, groundwater fluctuation, and sea level variation within coastal gravity systems. The same literature further identifies that combined groundwater rise, rainfall intensification, sea level rise may substantially increase defect flows and hydraulic loading within the coastal wastewater infrastructure. Those observations are directly relevant to interpretation of wastewater system behavior within the low gradient groundwater influence Cayuga, Brooklands, and Spencerville receiving environment. I should note here that these are not additive factors. These are multiplicative. They don't expand linearly, but they actually, it's an exponential curve as these additional interacting factors. The modeling system that the council has can do this, but it's very complicated. Existing operational evidence and observed system stress. The receiving wastewater system has also experienced documented operational stress during significant wet weather events. The disclosed evidential material records a wastewater overflow events in coastal areas such as the one associated with PS 78 during a December 2021 storm event. The significance is that operational stress within the specific coastal receiving environment is not purely theoretical. Importantly, the wastewater network receiving PPC 23 flows has not evolved under stable conditions. The SCIRT documentation describes extensive damage to PS 78, damaged gravity reticulation, ongoing sediment ingress, sediment settling at the pressure mains, and numerous breaks within portions of the Cayuga, Brooklands, Spencerville wastewater system following the Canterbury earthquake sequence. SCIRT's objective, importantly, was not restoration of the as-designed coastal wastewater system under future wet weather conditions. The objective was fundamentally pragmatic. Restore a heavily damaged post-earthquake network to a serviceable operational state within the realities of large-scale recovery and fiscal constraints. The issue therefore becomes whether presently available assessment framework sufficiently characterizes resilience margins, compound condition behavior, future receiving system performance, and long-term adaptation exposure within this specific coastal environment. Assessment of those questions is materially affected by substantial asymmetry in access to underlying infrastructure, operational and modeling information relevant to the receiving wastewater system. The applicant and council possess access to internal operational records, historical design assumptions, commissioning information, infrastructure performance knowledge, and modeling detail that has not been fully disclosed within the evidential record available to submitters. For example, despite a targeted OAI request seeking original design specifications for the baseline hydraulic information for the Cayuga Spencerville wastewater system, the presently available material still does not establish the original as commissioned hydraulic performance characteristics of substantial portions of the receiving network. this specific request was placed in March. We still have not gotten the base as designed behavior from the city council.
So that's different from the information that you referred to in your addendum.
Sorry?
So that information is
I
different.
do not have it.
Yeah.
I do not know what the as-designed performance of PS 78 is.
Okay.
Design storm interpretation and scenario dependence. The newly disclosed council design storm memorandum confirms that wastewater system behavior depends materially upon storm event selection, rainfall forcing assumptions, event duration, timing, and scenario interpretation. This is in their design storm review document, which is very revealing. The design storm memorandum expressly recognizes that wastewater network overflow behavior and wet weather system response cannot be reliably characterized using a single design storm event, as was the case for the PPC 23 modeling. However, the presently disclosed PPC 23 wastewater assessment does not clearly specify a broader future condition scenario envelope incorporating groundwater rise effects, tidal interaction, sea level rise induced infiltration change, or compound coastal system response conditions within the PS 78 receiving environment. The issue is therefore not whether selected operational modeling scenarios can demonstrate servicing feasibility under particular assumptions. The issue is the degree of confidence presently established regarding long-term receiving system behavior across a wider range of interacting coastal conditions already acknowledged elsewhere within the evidential record. Now for analytical consistency with the stormwater assessment. The same proceeding already recognized that groundwater interaction, sea level rise, vertical land movement, and future condition uncertainty materially affected stormwater system behavior within the physical coastal environment. The Section 42 framework consequently requires system level and climate aware assessment of stormwater related behavior before rezoning confidence can properly be established. However, equivalent system level future condition assessment has not clearly been demonstrated for wastewater infrastructure operating within the same environmental context. However, the wastewater assessment instead remains principally focused upon local connection feasibility, operational upgrades, and downstream conveyance assumptions, all of which actually are good ideas, and I agree with Mr. Hall. This creates a material analytical inconsistency within the overall infrastructure framework. If system-level climate-aware modeling is required to establish confidence regarding stormwater behavior within the coastal environment, then equivalent system-level consideration also appears necessary for wastewater infrastructure governed by the same interacting environmental drivers. Now for future condition dependence and continuing refinement. The applicant's own evidence additionally acknowledges extensive future stage filling requirements, future groundwater investigations, future stormwater refinement, and continued adaptive reassessment associated with future condition coastal management. The disclosed evidential framework remains materially dependent upon continued refinement, calibration assumptions, and operational simplifications, and incomplete validation rather than fully demonstrated future condition predictive certainty. OIA responses additionally confirmed that infiltration and inflow behavior within the receiving wastewater system has not been established through direct empirical I&I measurement programs, but instead remains dependent upon assumed model parameters and inferred calibration behavior. Assumed infiltration and inflow parameters may entirely be adequate for ordinary operational modeling, such as capacity calculations and infrastructure capacity planning purposes. However, Where modeling outputs are instead relied upon to support rezoning stage appraisal of substantial long-term wastewater system risk associated with severe wet weather and compound condition events, the evidential threshold necessarily becomes materially higher. Rezoning stage reliance and long-term consequences. Rezoning is not operationally neutral. Once rezoning occurs, the practical decision environment changes materially. Substantial financial, political, infrastructure, and development pressures strongly favor continuation of urbanization and associated servicing commitments, even where later evidence may reveal more substantial adaptation requirements, infrastructure vulnerability, or long-term wastewater system exposure than presently understood. This is precisely why Section 72 places significance upon uncertainty and risk at the rezoning stage itself before long-term urban development dependence and infrastructure commitment become progressively more difficult to reverse. The zoning commits additional long-term hydraulic loading into an existing coastal wastewater environment whose future condition behavior remains materially uncertain under interacting groundwater, infiltration, sea rise, and compound wet weather conditions. Importantly, if realistic future condition coastal modeling were to demonstrate increased surcharge sensitivity or declining wet weather resilience within the existing Cayuga, Brooklyn, Spencerville receiving network itself, then restoration of PS 78 from its presently observed operational performance toward higher theoretical pumping capacity may become necessary simply to preserve acceptable resilience margins for the existing system. In those circumstances, theoretical restored pump capacity should not automatically be assumed to represent spare downstream development headroom available to support additional rezoning-generated hydraulic loading. If reliable future condition coastal modeling were ultimately to demonstrate that maintaining acceptable wet weather resilience within the existing receiving network required materially greater downstream conveyance capacity than presently assumed. For example, PS 78 operational capacity substantially above the assumed 40 liters per second design duty, the implications could extend beyond pump maintenance and rising main cleaning into major downstream infrastructure augmentation, including potential pressure main renewal or duplication. SCIRT documentation has already contemplated the possibility of a future 250 mil PM, this is pump station 78 pressure main, and infrastructure works of that character could plausibly extend into the low millions to several millions of dollars, depending upon corridor conditions, groundwater constraints, environmental controls, and tie-in complexity. Alternatively, if future conditioning models were to demonstrate that substantial wet weather infiltration and surcharge sensitivity originated within portions of the existing Spencerville gravity network, and also the Cayuga system is gravity network, so it's also subject to heavy I&I, and that downflows into the Spencerville catchment. Itself, then mitigation pathways could also include partial or broader low-pressure sewer conversion or other major infiltration reduction interventions directly towards the existing receiving system. Such measures are not conceptually impossible. However, they would represent materially different infrastructure pathways involving substantial capital expenditure, distributed on property infrastructure, ongoing operational obligations, long-term public infrastructure commitments that have not been presently been quantified or systematically evaluated within the rezoning stage evidential framework. Critically, if rezoning proceeds before sufficient future condition system characteristics is established, then later evidence demonstrates that much of the available downstream resilience margin had already been consumed by PPC 23 generated loading, the practical ability to reverse that commitment becomes extremely limited. In those circumstances, substantial downstream infrastructure and adaptation costs may ultimately be transferred onto the wider ratepayer base rather than remaining internalized within the development decision that created the additional hydraulic exposure. Recent New Zealand experience has also materially increased institutional attention towards infrastructure resilience, compound hazard interaction, future adaptation exposure, and long-term public and private consequence within these vulnerable environments. The issue for planning decision, therefore, is not confined to whether servicing or infrastructure may potentially be engineered. The issue is whether presently available evidential platform establishes sufficient confidence regarding long-term receiving system behavior to support rezoning stage reliance within this specific coastal environment. In conclusion, the disclosed applicant and council documentation demonstrates that future condition wastewater interpretation within this coastal receiving environment remains materially dependent upon calibration assumptions, operational simplifications, continuing deferred refinement, incomplete validation processes, and future stage reassessment. The presently available wastewater assessment therefore remains materially incomplete at the system level. The disclosed modeling documentation itself acknowledges continuing calibration and validation limitations. Equivalent system-level future condition assessment standards have not clearly been applied consistently between stormwater and wastewater infrastructure operating within the same coastal environmental context. The applicant's wastewater experts has also declined to substantively engage any of these factual technical materials identified from the Christchurch wastewater calibration document, the design's storm review memorandum, the disclosed model limitations, and the broader expert literature regarding coastal wastewater system behavior. The expert response instead characterizes these matters as primarily concerns, without materially analyzing the disclosed calibration limitations, incomplete validation status, or the future condition uncertainty identified within the underlying technical documentation itself. The consequence is that planning decision-making has not been provided with substantive expert evaluation of whether these identified modeling limitations materially affect rezoning stage confidence regarding long-term system, receiving system behavior. The evidential issue is therefore not whether servicing infrastructure may theoretically be engineered. The issue is whether the applicant has established sufficient evidential confidence regarding long-term wastewater system behavior, resilience margins, future condition risk exposure within this coastal receiving environment to justify rezoning resilience under Section 32. The presently available evidential platform does not establish that degree of confidence. The significance of that uncertainty is increased because foreseeable wet water events have already produced operational risk stress within the receiving wastewater environment associated with PS 78. As I said before, recent New Zealand experience has also demonstrated that severe flood and compound weather events may generate very substantial long-term public and private financial exposure associated with infrastructure damage, contamination, flood recovery, and future adaptation requirements. The applicant has not provided sufficiently complete system-level evidence to establish reliable confidence regarding those long-term wastewater and infrastructure exposure risks within the Spencerville coastal environment. Accordingly, PPC 23 should be declined.
Thank you, Mr. Isley. That's given a huge amount of material to consider there. But I mean, my main take from what you're saying is that the data, the 2020 data that council is using, is oversimplified, is simplified and excludes consideration of the external factors that you're concerned about, the groundwater infiltration.
They can't
water
model it.
infiltration. Yeah,
They can't model it
that's correct, yes, yeah.
because they haven't collected the empirical data necessary.
Yeah.
They don't have I&I information. The OIA correspondence I have confirms that. They didn't do it.
Yeah, and the documents that you circulated yesterday form the basis for that. That's the information from the 2020 report.
Right, but
Yeah,
the design weather event
Yeah.
is important as well.
correct.
WPS says that's insufficient.
Yep.
You can't model a system on one storm event. They're complicated,
Yeah.
especially in this environment.
And so that's the reference to the 2024 design storm event
Right.
material.
They have the 2020 model, which is
Yes.
currently operating.
Yeah.
What they use right now.
But that doesn't
And-
take into account the 2024 report requirements in terms of,
The 2024 design storm
yes.
was what they used for the model. So you
Yes.
plug that in to the model, that storm event, you say, well, here's how much rainfall you're going to get at this period, how much inundation there was, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, how high the tide was. That's what a storm event is. And they describe the factors that went into that, but they only did one.
yes. So what's critical is more information and validation of that information in order to be able to get a true and accurate model.
They haven't said that they validated this
No.
system at all.
That's what I'm saying, that's what's critical is the lack of validation to form the basis of the modelling, as you said.
You don't have the data to do a correct modeling of you're not modeling what the system how it actually behaves. Because you don't have data like infiltration, how much is inflowing into the,
Yeah.
okay, and there's measurements you can do, it costs money. Well, do you want to spend $1 billion like Auckland did later to save $5,000 or $10,000 in some modeling, empirical data collection? Come on.
Okay, I understand what you're saying there. And it's a matter which I see as potentially has some relevance into the considerations in terms of how we look at this, in terms of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development as well, in terms of what we regard as being available infrastructure. And so it's quite important. You highlighted a very important issue that I need to consider because it goes to other assessments as well, which feed into this.
On paper,
Yeah.
you red zoned Brooklands.
Yeah.
So it looks like you've got 800 homes of, availability. Okay, the pumps are degraded, you need to pig the downstream system.
Yep.
You can get it back up, probably. Okay, but what if, as I said, you need that headroom to deal with Kainga and Spencerville stormwater events? What if you need 40 liters just to deal with those events? Otherwise, you get surcharging, you get the flood water is contaminated, it's in everybody's homes, and then they lose the insurance. And they can't sell their property because it's uninsurable. This is a substantial problem.
And what I've read in your evidence in your statement here is that the repairs and upgrades that were done to the skirt.
The skirt
Were
says that, not my words.
a patch up as opposed to.
They say that.
full system.
They say it much more
Yeah.
correct engineering terms.
Yes.
Yeah,
Effectively, that's what it was, and so we
It's a
can't
Band-Aid.
necessarily have the confidence that the system is sufficiently resilient because of the manner in which it was repaired. Is that
the
what you're
biggest
saying?
questions I saw in the literature was infiltration, because a lot of those pipes may work,
Yeah.
but they leak when the groundwater is high and you have a flood event.
Yep. That's,
You can measure that. I'm not saying that the headroom is necessary. I'm saying we don't know, because we haven't done the modeling.
yeah. Well, there has been modelling, but the modelling is incomplete.
The modeling was for the purposes of
Yeah.
discovering whether they had capacity.
Yeah.
And they can do some relatively minor improvements, and they can get the capacity up so it can support that additional 14 litres per second.
Yeah, but that capacity doesn't take into account, in your view, the uncertainty of the other external
Right,
factors.
which is documented in the literature, not just by foreign authorities on wastewater, but domestic.
Yeah.
The Hughes paper in particular. These are not unrealistic pie-in-the-sky modeling requirements. Some New Zealand localities are using this. They're applying this standard. Is it appropriate here? Well, that's up to you to decide.
And from your perspective as a person with modelling experience, I mean, you're not commenting as a storm engineer, you're commenting simply in that from a modelling perspective, there are significant deficiencies in what you see as being the methodology and the data used because of the failure to identify a whole lot of inputs into the modelling.
I think WPS knows exactly what they need.
Yeah.
They're not getting paid to, produce it. They can, and the InfoWorks system that they're using is perfectly capable, from what I've read, of doing this kind of modeling. It's very complicated, but it requires some significantly more empirical data. It's the old adage about garbage in, garbage out. I mean, technically, I can go into why models fail, but that's basically it. If you starve it of data about how the real system behaves, and further, that you don't check it against real world, you don't give it a test to see if it actually is predictive, then you just have a prophylactic for, you don't want to assume the responsibility, so you can say, well, fob it off on a modeling system told me it was okay. Well, that's irresponsible.
Yeah, so reliability and validation of data is critical.
I think it is, and I think WPS would be more than happy to do that validation. They have to be paid to do it, though.
Okay, look, that raises a lot of questions, which will be expecting that the council staff will be needing to address and get responses tomorrow. So it won't be the end of this matter. So at this stage, I think we're going to leave that for questions tomorrow of the technical people to see what their responses are in terms of the matters that you've raised today.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, that now brings us to Mr. Knight. Yes. Speaking on behalf of 4 submitters.
Three. We can share.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Yeah. You made contact with the council last week about speaking on behalf of the overall group of people, didn't you?
Yes, so I've actually written that down, but on behalf of myself, Jenny, Craig, Karen, and the Murray Wakeland Family Trust.
Yep. 1, 2, 3. So you're a submitter in your own right.
Yes.
So each of those 4, so you're one of those 4 submitters.
Yep. But I'll talk across.
Plus the others, and you've all raised similar issues in your submissions.
Yeah, effectively, yeah.
Okay, so,
good afternoon, my name is Danny Knight, and I've lived on Spencerville Road for 14 years. Previous to that, we lived in Riverside Lane in Spencerville, pre-earthquakes. I'm here on behalf of myself, my wife Jenny, Craig Wakeland, Karen Wakeland, and the Murray Wakeland Family Trust. Jenny and I live at 247 Spencerville Road, and we are directly opposite the proposed northern entrance to the development.
so you would have been opposite the golf course entrance as well?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
where that was originally proposed.
Absolutely. Yep, same
There we
side.
go. Yep.
So the family farm at 287 Spencerville Road has been in the family since the early 1900s, and they've got obviously deep roots in the community, and Karen lives on Lower Six Road adjacent to the Six River in Spencerville, so all within a very small area. We built our house after the earthquake in 2012. We chose that site as it combines like a unique sort of balance of urban and rural lifestyle. Beach is a few minutes down the road. The forest is beside us for recreation, walking the dogs, that sort of thing. And it's only 25 minutes into town, so it's a brilliant spot. At night, the stars are bright. You can hear the ocean. The only noise you can hear are sort of natural sounds. You get a lot of bird song, that sort of thing. A few planes and trains. And it is a wonderful place to basically find some peace and quiet when that's what you're looking for. This plan obviously will directly affect that portion of what we do as far as the sights and sounds around where we are. It will take away some of the things that we sought out when we chose obviously that site to build our house after the earthquake. I've got two kids. Our kids are rural kids, and even though I talked previously obviously about finding peace, they like to be noisy kids. They love racing around the paddocks on go-karts and motorbikes, other noisy things. Also, the farm itself in and around at our section, and obviously the working farm next door, tractors and machinery and implements, that sort of thing, work. And that can be a noisy process, things like chainsaws, mowers, that sort of thing. That can happen sometimes at night, depending on when crops are due and processing and when hay needs to be picked up, all that sort of thing. And we can obviously do that without being concerned about upsetting our neighbours at present. Our kids in the area, our kids have loved swimming in the Six River. That has progressively got to a point where we can't do that anymore because of the condition of the river. And further development is potentially going to cause that to get worse. I can't speak to the technical aspects of that, but I'm sure that it won't get better. And then it means that further generations may never get to swim in the river. There used to be kids fishing off the bridge and that sort of thing all the time. None of that happens anymore. They might all be on their phones, but they're not fishing off the bridge anymore. The development will drastically change the landscape in our area. The golf course obviously promised open spaces, green spaces with a mix of housing options, and look wonderful on paper. It allowed the land to continue for the most part as it is now. Obviously there was reprofiling and that sort of thing, but it was still absorbent area for the most part. This introduces a lot of larger amount of hard and impervious materials. Increasing 600 houses over the current zoning, what I think the golf course would be an asset, and obviously that's not going to happen at the moment. But this will potentially create a burden on the existing infrastructure that we have. According to Statistics New Zealand, in 2025, the Sticks area had 1,090 people with 435 dwellings. Adding another 800 to this number is a 180% increase on the Sticks area, which incorporates Brooklands, Oruia and Kaianga, as well as obviously Spencerville. And assuming a similar density of people living in each house, that's obviously a population increase of 180% as well. There are others far more qualified to talk through the technical aspects of traffic, drainage, the flooding, schooling, environmental concerns and cultural items than me, so we will steer clear of all of those bits and pieces. And I'll just talk to what I know from living in the area and my thoughts, and those who obviously I'm representing here today as well. Spencerville Oruia has historically been a rural area made up of a few larger farms. There's been subdivision of those farms over the years of these larger blocks into smaller blocks. But overall, the look and feel of the area has remained rural. Therefore, we have rural roads, which in places are obviously small, skinny roads, not designed for use by a large number of road users. Spencerville Road runs between two forests and often freezes over during the winter, creating black ice. And there are every winter a number of accidents because of this. Our current roads allow horses to be ridden up and down the road, a common sight around our place. If Spencerville Road is not upgraded, then we'll have more people using it, but still there's no footpaths or cycle lanes or that sort of thing. Not that cycle lanes need to be particularly on our road, but areas to bike without being in these small narrow corridors. Rural roads are used by large agricultural equipment, so obviously the farms that I'm representing here, but there are others in the area as well, stock trucks and all those other sorts of vehicles that run around as well. The roads will, with increase in traffic, will become undoubtedly more dangerous for those in and around those vehicles. In front of our house, unfortunately, in 2013, there was a fatality. Driver failed to negotiate that skinny section of road between 240 Spencerville Road and Turners Road, and that's the area that's sort of designated as housing in the proposal. The current golf course zoning, which I probably should have put that in there, had traffic going out Lower Six Road, which upgraded at Marshlands Road to traffic lights would be capable of handling a bit more traffic than the Turners Road, Spencerville Road that is currently what we've got going on here. Cheney's Corner is a dangerous intersection for larger and slower vehicles, as well as pedestrians and cyclists. Increasing the volume of traffic significantly will add to wait times at peak traffic times. What else we got? So we're geographically isolated from urban centres, so our power supply is often compromised by weather events. We have built a generator setup into our house because we lose power on average sort of once every 2 months, and it'll be off generally for 2 or 3 hours at a time. The power network may indeed be improved for this amount of houses to go through, but at the moment that is certainly the case. Adding more houses to our power supply will mean that there's more houses affected by the outages, and in turn everything that's operated by power, so street lights and that sort of thing, is very dark when they all go out. Our community also has no public transport, so this means that you either need to use a vehicle or you have to walk or cycle to Cheney's Corner to catch a bus at Main North Road. It's a super skinny little section on the curve near the railway line, which is used a lot by those who stay in the camp on Farrells Road as well. So that's not a particularly great area for pedestrians. It looks like in some of the notes that I've read that the construction traffic will use the access across the road from our house. The road looks like it's going to be widened there to allow safer access to the site, but it will mean that we end up with a particularly steep driveway because we are about 1,100 mil lower than the road off a 5 mil setback. The road looks to be increased by 2.5 metres in width to allow an extra lane to come through. So that's a concern getting in and out of our area there and what is already quite a narrow road. Flooding events are becoming more common. They don't seem to be the once in 500 or 50 or 100 year events that we keep hearing about in the news. In 2022, our paddock sat underwater for a number of days. It was deep enough for the kids to kayak on. And Karen, who is my mother-in-law, she lives on Lower Sticks Road, and she often loses the front paddock in her place for the winter because it's so wet and sodden and the water sort of rolls up there. And that is the same for the working farm at 287 as well. And Craig also has the farm that basically spans between Kainga Road and Spencerville Road. And over winter, many of those paddocks are now unusable. Even after the earthquake, they were usable. Next one there. So the earthquakes and also subdivisions like Preston's, which feed into the Styx River, have contributed to the loss of that land I was just talking about there. An increase in the amount of hard services from allowing PC23 will make this worse. So in the documentation, there's talk of adding 300 to 1,000 millimetres of soil to create a mound, which will be hugely beneficial for those on site, but that water will obviously find its way somewhere else. So that seems like it will come our way, or into the Spencer Drain, or down into the lower Styx River, The Spencer Drain, which runs, I don't know if it's on that little map up there, but basically it runs from Spencerville Road through 287 Spencerville Road, all the way down to Earlham Street, and then jumps into the river down there, as well as continuing on through the next farm. It's often not moving, and in winter it sits at capacity. It's not maintained by the council, apart from the roadsides where they come through and do the weeding and that sort of thing. And it adds more water to a property at 287 and the one further down at Earlham Street. They're already council ponding areas, so there's no ability to negate any of those sort of situations as they arise. So currently a fully functioning farm at 287. That includes harvesting at night, stock truck movements, irrigation, etc. The urban build-up will fundamentally change the landscape and change how and when some of these farming activities are conducted, from when it's best suited to when it creates the least amount of problems. This in itself can affect the farm's functioning and productivity. With sea levels rising, putting new developments so close to the sea, ponding zones and rivers doesn't seem to have a good outcome for our community, Greater Christchurch. In my view, and those who I represent, the zoning should be kept the same as it is now, with larger land parcels, sprawling green golf course, or I could say as it is now, with productive farmland producing local veggies and meat. I support the need for growth and housing in Christchurch, but I believe development must be carefully planned so existing communities and infrastructure are not adversely affected or overwhelmed. I and those who I represent here today are strongly of the opinion that PC23 should be declined.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Your submission is quite clear, and I understand where you're coming from as an immediate neighbour to the site. Just a question to you, 287, the family farm site,
Yes.
is that opposite the development area, or is it development opposite the area which will remain rural?
So it is,
Presuming it's closer to Spencerville than your house.
yeah, it's almost at if you look at that little map there, the top point of the purple triangle, it's basically connects at that point. So
At that point, yeah.
it is, not directly opposite, but it is obviously the roading and infrastructure and that sort of thing in and around the area.
So it's opposite, I think there's a house on the application site just on the corner there.
Yes.
So it's opposite that house.
That's it.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So just past the old historic school ground, which is beside us.
Yes, I know we are. Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that takes us to the end of today's presentation. So we're finishing, almost being on time, actually it's 1:45, so we're only 15 minutes off. So tomorrow we're hearing from the Arua Residents Group. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 submitters in the first session, followed by the 2 experts for the group for traffic and planning. Then we'll be hearing from the council staff, and then we'll be giving the applicant an option for a right of reply, which they may choose to take orally or may choose to come back to us in writing at a later date, depending on where things sit later on tomorrow.
I just wonder if we could perhaps have an indication as to which council staff are or are
Yes.
not coming tomorrow, so that I can just arrange for the likes of Mr Compton Lyon, Mr Fuller, Mr Hall, etc. to be here, and what you think the batting order might be.
Well, I think that we'll be needing to hear from the urban design landscape
Yeah.
and both infrastructure experts, Ms McDonald and Mr Dawson,
Okay.
at the least. ecology is possibly not something we need to hear from because there hasn't been any evidence provided to the contrary in relation to that.
Mr Smith, transport.
And transport,
Oh,
yes,
Mr Yeoman,
absolutely, yes.
economics and reform.
Is Mr Yeoman going to come on online, is he? So I might
Yes.
get Mr Colgrave to just come online rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then confirmation around Peter Barnes, open space, and Neil Charter's geotech, whether they need to attend.
We haven't had expert evidence in relation to those matters. There have been geotech-related issues raised by submitters, but they're a part of an overall concern in relation to flooding and earthworks and work on the site itself, which probably could be covered, I think, by Mr Norton in terms of stormwater.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
So
And which order are you thinking of doing them in?
I'll have to weigh that up.
You can let me know later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
Just to make sure I get the right people here at the right time.
Yeah, fair enough.
Thank you.
I'll be juggling it myself, so.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Okay, does anyone have any questions before we adjourn? Okay, well, we're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.